No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you. It is Sunday, April 7th. It's 2:31. I'm about a minute behind, and I apologize for that. I was reading up on some information about John Fetterman, and wow, Fetterman is incredible right now. It is amazing to see what's changed about John Fetterman, and we'll go into that in a little bit. But I do want to thank everyone for being here with me today. Yesterday was my birthday. I know many of you may have seen my birthday celebration, my live stream marathon, my BLM, my birthday live stream marathon did gangbusters. We were seen all across the internet. We had so many people. I mean, it was massive. The number of people who saw us on Rumble, got a super chat. For people who didn't know, if you want to super chat your message to me, you can do that on Rumble. Didn't know that. YouTube won't let me do it. Rumble will. That's kind of funny. But we had huge numbers of people who were following all through the 12 hours that we were on live. We had many people calling in with many questions about all the different subjects. It was fantastic as we were talking about the American dream. We were talking about America and the potential, the opportunity for the equality of opportunity and the difference between what we see nowadays. And it's a stark difference. And I find it very interesting. It's a lot of fun. So we had a great time yesterday. I'm a little bit tired. My voice is maybe a little bit rough because of all that. You may hear that. But that being said, I am paying attention on Rumble. I am paying attention to the comments here on YouTube and Facebook and Twitter. I'm always happy to hear everyone's voices. But with all that said, let's talk about the issues that are actually affecting us right now. Now, for those who have not been to our channel before, I welcome you. I thank you for being here as part of our audience. I want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. We look backwards and forwards. We look at how we got to the point we are at today, and we consider how is this going to affect us going forward into the future. We look at the consequences so we can hold all politicians accountable for what they are doing. We do this because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to free speech everywhere in the world. It is your birthright to speak about your government and to control your government. And whether the internet overlords like it or not, and they don't, and whether or not your government may or may not like it, this is something we do every week. We've been doing it 7 months in a row here straight. We've been doing this for 7 years now. We will continue to do this because it is important. With that all said, let's get right into it. And I see Mary's the first one to respond, and she says, I bet you're tired. Yes, I am. Friday, I was on with the Friday Roundtable with the Liberty First Foundation. We did a 2-hour show there from 9 to 11. Saturday, I did 12 hours from 9 a.m. until 9 p.m. straight. And now today, I'm back with you here at 2:30 p.m. because I'm dedicated. I am dedicated to this cause. And you, my friends, the entire audience, whether you love or hate everything I have to say, all the positions that I believe in, you know what? You are worth it. That's why I do this. So, Graham is with us too. Graham said, did you get to eat yet? For those who don't know, during the live stream, I didn't get to eat. So I went 12 hours without eating anything. Although my family did bring me some food, I never got a chance to eat it. Yeah, after the live stream, I ate a whole bunch of the food that they brought. So I did catch up with the food and then very shortly thereafter went to sleep because I needed it. And then I woke up early today to get ready for the show today because a lot of the prep that I would do on a Saturday, I was doing early this morning to be ready to talk to all of you. So it was kind of fun. And I thank everyone who did appear with us yesterday and everyone who's here today. So, I moved my camera. I moved my camera. I kicked it. All right, well, I'll deal with that later. Anyway, sorry, aesthetics throws me off. So with that said, for those who don't know and haven't seen our channel before, we like to start off with any of the breaking news that may be happening and or going into the international news to speak about how America is influencing the world and what kind of outcome that is happening and how the world is influencing America, dealing with that international subject, which is very important, especially as we go into the 2024 election and we see so much turmoil in the world. We're talking about Russia and Ukraine. We're talking about the Middle East. We're talking about Southeast Asia, China versus the Philippines, Japan, South Korea. It is a powder keg in a large part of the world. And now, even in Central and Southern America, that's now starting to heat up. The world is in turmoil. So we need to pay attention to what's happening on the international politics. And I know most Americans don't pay attention to that. Most Americans don't think about that. And the news media is more than happy to keep you ignorant of what is happening so that it makes Joe Biden, the Biden-Harris administration, look better. It makes the progressive policies they've been pushing look better by not telling you about the consequences they are having around the world. But for your safety, for your good, I want to share that with you so we can change these policies and make them better and have a better outcome out there, which means I don't support Hamas. Oh, wait a minute. I forgot to take this off. This is from the background's from yesterday and my birthday. I thought it was a nice background. And you can call into the show at any time at 929-715-8569. I'm happy to hear calls from anybody, whatever your political position may be, and any question you would like to ask, I'm more than happy to answer that. So feel free to call in, or you can leave comments on the chat on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, on Rumble. I'm more than happy. And again, super chats are available on Rumble. Be happy to go light that up. That's interesting. I never got one before. First one I got was yesterday. It was a $10 super chat. Didn't expect it. It was so great. The little things, man. It's the little things that make me so happy. I'm a very simple man. That being said, let's get into what's happening. So much for the preamble. Let's get into the meat and potatoes of it, okay? What do we see here? Al-Quds Day in Dearborn, Michigan. This was April 5th. This is the problem. This is our international policy. These are the people that Joe Biden is targeting. Now, normally we'll talk about the international. We'll get to that, but this is the international because there are 22 Americans that were captured, taken as hostage by Hamas, that are being tortured as we speak. Something that the news media doesn't want to talk about, something that you hear from Rashida Tlaib, Harvard, University of Cornell, Binghamton University. When you see these pro-Palestine, supposedly pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas protesters, the Democratic Socialists of America, they never mention, oh, there are Americans, there are British, there are Nepalese, there are people from 34 nations around the world that had their people, civilians, that were killed and were taken as hostage and have been tortured for 6 months that no one wants to talk about. They don't, all these protesters, these pro-Palestine, pro-Hamas people never want to talk about the death and the torture of civilians. And in particular, we see on Al-Quds Day in Dearborn, Michigan, the state that actually motivated Joe Biden to build a pier for Hamas that no one knows how it's going to be built. No one knows who's going to run it. No one knows what's going to happen with that. We don't even know if it can be built. And he did that because he needed 101,000 Democrat votes, progressive votes from Michigan, from Dearborn, Michigan. These are the people, I'm about to play this for you. These are the people that Joe Biden is kowtowing to. Now, it's good that they are giving you the example that your vote matters. 101,000 people changed the United States policy. But look at who these 101,000 people in Michigan are. These are Rashida Tlaib's people. This is Ilhan Omar's people. I want you to hear what they were saying on October 5th of 2024 as provided by Jason Curtis, who we've spoken to before. He's written for the New York Post.
Why are our protests on the International Day of Quds, why are they so anti-America? Why don't we just focus more on Israel and not talk so much about America? Gaza has shown the entire world why these protests are so anti.
I want to stop right there. Gaza, what's happened with Hamas, has shown the entire world why these protests, the protests in favor of Hamas, a terrorist organization that has as its charter and its declared statement for decades that they want to genocide a group of people because they don't like the religion those people have. That's Hamas. There is no other description for them. There is no other way to look at them. That is how Hamas describes themselves. They want to genocide a group of people because they don't like those people. This is what you are talking about supporting. This is what Joe Biden is pandering to right now. This is changing American politics and the world. And they say Hamas has shown the entire world why these protests are so anti-American. Wait a minute. You attacked American citizens who were at a concert, had nothing to do with Palestine whatsoever. They were enjoying their life. Some of them are vacationing. Some of them were just visiting. You attacked them. You captured them. You tortured them. Yes, Hamas and Gaza are showing the world what's going on with Hamas, the terrorism, but it's not about anti-America. But let's go on. He goes on to say,
anti-America. Because it's the United States government that provides the funds for all of the atrocities that we just...
So he's claiming that America is funding the atrocities. Wait a minute. First of all, the atrocities, the war, it's a war, not atrocities. This is a war. Hamas started the most recent war with Israel on October 7th when they killed civilians out of the blue, when they captured civilians from around the world out of the blue. Let's understand that clearly. This is a war. Whether or not there are war crimes, whether or not there are atrocities, that's the result of what they did. A terrorist attack against civilians. It starts there. Then everything else is a consequence of that initial act. Let's be very clear about that. Let's go on. America has been providing all the way through from before, for decades now, we have been providing Gaza with hundreds of millions of dollars of humanitarian aid. We have been helping to feed Gaza. We have been helping to provide water and fuel for Gaza for decades. And Hamas, the government, the duly elected government of Gaza by the Palestinian people, takes that food, that fuel, that water, and takes it away from the people and gives it to their military. They have been doing that for decades. It has been documented by the UN and most of the international news media. So really, you're seeing the United States, at the very worst, is playing both sides of this. We have helped the terrorists from time to time, especially under the Biden administration, and we have helped Israel. So you can't really say what he's saying right now. But let's go on. See what else he has to say.
Just heard about. And this is why Imam Khomeini, who declared the International Day of Quds, this is why he would say to pour all of your chants and all of your shouts upon the head of America.
They are in Dearborn, Michigan. Dearborn, Michigan, the United States. And they are chanting death to America. These aren't immigrants. These aren't refugees. These are people who came to be in America. They're creating Palestine in America. They are Palestinians in America, not Palestinian Americans. There is a very clear difference between the two. They don't want to be part of America. They don't want to be part of the Constitution. They want to destroy the Constitution, the amendments. They want to instill their laws and their beliefs onto the American people. It's clear because that's what they're saying. And they want to, listen to them, death to America. Notice they didn't say death to the conservatives or death to the Republicans or death to the libertarians. They're not saying that. They want to get rid of you, America, including the far left. The very same Democrats and progressives that are trying to support them, they're saying death to you. This is exactly what we hear from Iran since 1980. They are promising you, they are telling you to your face, they want you dead, your lifestyle dead. They do not want women to learn how to read or write or to drive or go to work. These are their principles that they believe in. This is what they are saying. They will destroy you. This is what's happening in Dearborn, Michigan. They recorded this. They published this. They want you to know. They're not hiding what they believe. And we have Harvard and Cornell University, Binghamton University. We have these colleges across this nation. We have the Democratic Socialists of America and other political organizations that are promoting this. Death to America. You want to talk about insurgency? You want to talk about treason? You want to talk about autonomous zones? This is what we are seeing. And this is what Democrats are supporting. This is what Joe Biden changed America's policies for. He decided to give the terrorists who killed Americans, who are torturing Americans, who will not release American hostages for 6 months now. He changed. He's dedicating tens of millions of dollars. Thousands of American soldiers' lives are being dedicated to help this. People who are claiming death to America in America itself. And they want your tax money to support them. They want your money out of your pocket, your hard-earned money, to support their radical ideas. Let's hear what else he has to say.
Malcolm X said, and I quote, "We live in one of the rottenest..."
He dares to quote Malcolm X out of context, and this is a quote from early Malcolm X before he went on the Holy Hajj and he went over to Mecca, and then he met Muslims who happened to be from Sweden and from Europe, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, and he changed his point of view. Yes, I have read the autobiography of Malcolm X. Yes, he did change his view. He did change his view not only on America, but also on what it is to be a Muslim and what it is to be a human being. He changed a lot, and he also changed his view about America when he went overseas to see the rest of the world. So he's manipulating Malcolm X to try and get more support. This is him trying to get black support to help destroy America. Your home that he wants to take away from you because he doesn't like what you believe. He doesn't like the way you are living your life. You have to change to his point of view. This is what progressives put out there on a regular basis. You have to change. Your feelings have to change. Your life has to change because he has a feeling and he has a higher priority based on equity, because there are a small group of people in Dearborn and you aren't. So therefore, he has priority. According to the new rules on racism, because they're a small group of people, because he's not in power and elected, then he has more priority than you do. Think about that for a moment, folks.
Countries that has ever existed on this earth. It's not Genocide Joe that has to go. It's the entire system that has to go.
It's not genocide Joe, not Joe Biden that has to go. It's the American system. Let me bring that back up for you, okay? It's not Joe Biden. It's the entire American system. That means the Constitution. That means the amendments. That means your freedom. All of it has to go. Your religion, your lifestyle, LGBTQ, the entire alphabet out there, your progressive lifestyle, your iPhones, your non-belief in religion, all of that has to go. Our justice system, our everything, your job, it all has to go because he doesn't like it. Because he and a few radicals like himself in Dearborn, Michigan say you can't live like that. You can't think like that. You have to change to them because they came from somewhere in the Middle East, probably Palestine, and came to America. And because they're here, you have to change. Does that make it clear why I'm against the pro-Hamas movement? Does it give those people who are progressives, those who are the far left, the Democrats, do you understand what is at risk here? What these people are planning to do, what they are trying to do right now, what you are watching your Democratic leaders, Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, AOC, the progressive caucus in Congress, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, this is who they are pandering to. This is who they are directing your tax dollars to. People who want to see you dead. And they're not afraid to tell you that in America. I understand Iran has been saying that for decades, but they're overseas. And they sent their people over here to say that to you here. They're trying to build up support in America to destroy America, to take away your freedom of speech, your right to privacy, your right to have religious freedom. They want to take away everything. Women's rights, gone. Think about that for a second. All these people who are on the far left, they want to get rid of the women's right to vote. That's part of the Constitution. That's part of the amendments. It's part of our government. He just told you, it all has to go. It all has to go. And he's not getting a lot of attention because you're not seeing this in the New York Times. You're not seeing this on CNBC, MSNBC, CNN. You're not seeing this in the mainstream left-leaning news media. They ignore this. They don't want to talk about this. You're not supposed to realize this. Harvard will never point to this and go, yeah, and we support that. They'll just tell you they support Palestine. They support Hamas. But they don't want you to think about Cooper Union. They don't want you to think about this. And I think you should. Look, if after listening to this, to hear that this movement is what's guiding American politics right now in the Middle East, that Joe Biden is pandering to this, and if you say, well, yeah, death to America, sure, and you're an American, if you're saying we have to destroy all of the freedoms, all of the rights, everything in America so that we can take on and adopt this ideology, okay, you can, but I want to make sure you're not doing this blind. I don't want you to be blindly following anyone. I want you to understand the consequences of what you are supporting when you go out there and support the Democratic Socialists of America, when you support the Green Party, when you support the far left, Antifa, when you're supporting these radicals. They're talking about killing you. They're talking about taking away your rights, and you will never get them back because they don't believe you ever had them in the first place. Is that clear enough? Can I make the point any more clear for you? And again, it's not me making the point. They made it. I'm just showing it to you. I'm just making you aware of what the New York Times and ABC and CBS don't want you to talk about. This is what the Democratic Party does not want to have on the news. They don't want you to understand that when Joe Biden said 2 days after Super Tuesday and saw that he wasn't competitive against Trump without getting these radicals on his side, he decided to spend, 2 days later, tens of millions of your dollars and endanger our United States military to give these guys a peer so that they can have more supplies to genocide people they don't like. And they are in America. They believe in genocide. Harvard believes in genocide. MIT, genocide. That's what their presidents were supporting. This is what they are supporting. Now, if there is anyone, I'm going to get to the comments in just one second, but if there is anyone in America that wants to tell me why this is a good idea, why these people should be what we're supporting, why we should support the destruction of the Constitution, the Declaration of Independence, the amendment, the 14th Amendment. That's for black people, if you're wondering, and Hispanics. How about the, 22nd Amendment, which is women's rights? We got to get rid of all of that. If you believe in that and you think that's a good thing, please call in 929-715-8569. If you know someone who's saying, oh no, we've got to support Palestine, please show them this. Either show them this part of the live stream or show them this link. It will be in the description at the end of the show. I will put all the links of everything that I have up on the screen for you so you can see it for yourself. Let me go to the comments now. Let's see. So Coolroy says, isn't it educational how the left always falls in love with America's real enemies? Yeah, it's incredible. And you can show them the evidence. This isn't my evidence. This is what they put out on their own. This is what they are sharing with their people. They're sharing this with people every day. Coolroy goes on to say, I wish we could get these same hypocrites to care about all the white people dying in the Ukraine and Russia. Well, this isn't about race. If you notice, I'm not saying black, white, I don't care. This is about ideology. Because this applies to everyone equally. This guy, let me say it again, this guy wants to kill Americans, point blank. White, black, Asian, Hispanic, wherever you came from in the world, he wants you dead because you're in America. He just said so. They're chanting this. They are chanting the death to America. That is you. Whatever color of skin you are, whatever sex you are, whatever sexual preference you have, whatever political ideology you support, he wants you dead. If you don't believe and do not obey what he says, what Iran and the Ayatollah of Iran say, they want you dead. They said that it's part of their charter. Genocide people who don't believe what they believe. This is what the Democratic Socialists, this is what Joe Biden and the Democrats are supporting. This is what's on the ballot in 2024. This is no joke. This is not hyperbole. I'm showing you the evidence. Let me go on. Coolroy says, I'm not changing for any progressive communist or Islamic fascist, period. And I could agree with you. I would never want to do that. So Mike has bad knees. Hey, Mike, good to see you. Thank you for the super chat on Rumble yesterday. I really appreciate that. First time ever. It's really cool. Mike has bad knees says, they're using the stupidity of progressives to enact their agenda. Progressives aren't stupid. I mean, you went to Harvard, you got a degree from Harvard, you're not dumb. You went to University of Cornell University, Binghamton University, MIT. These aren't dumb people. They don't care. They're not considering the consequences. They believe in their ideology. They are so indoctrinated that they are willing to compartmentalize. All they're seeing is, well, it's racist not to support Palestine. And they stop right there. They don't think about any of the consequences. They don't think of any of the causes. They don't think, well, Hamas is a terrorist organization. Hamas kills people because they don't believe what anyone else believes. They will kill them. They don't think about that part. They don't think or consider, and they block out of their memory and their mind when people in Dearborn, Michigan say death to America. They don't consider that insurrectionist. They don't consider that terrorist or treasonous. They don't consider that, even though it is by definition treasonous. They throw that out their mind. They don't include that in their protest. They don't think about it because that's separate. And that's the problem. It's not because they're stupid. It's because they don't want to admit the truth or think about the consequences of their actions. They're too busy trying to support their ideology. Let's go on. So I think that's the difference there, Mike. Mike goes on to say, I wonder how Biden is going to walk the line between the far left in the side of Palestine and support of AIPAC or support of Israel. He's going to make a decision, and I believe he's going to make the decision based on ballots. This is what he's looking at in all of the polling. This is what he's looking at in all of the primaries, and he's making his decision. We saw it. Super Tuesday told us he had picked his side. Based on Super Tuesday, he knows he needs these progressive voices to be able to be competitive with Trump, and therefore he's going to do what they want. He is bending the entire Democratic Party. All of the Democratic Party is bending away from Israel and in favor of Hamas because colleges have told kids Hamas is the good guy. Hamas is the good guy because they're small. They're also terrorists. They leave out that part. They leave out, oh, they're terrorists, they kill people, they kill babies. They leave that out. And that's what you're seeing the entire Democratic Party is leaning towards because they think that will make them competitive because that's the slogan right now. It's really terrifying. Let me see. Let me keep up with the comments here. Mike has bad knees. All the left cares about are perceived power imbalances. No. The left cares about retaining power by any means. And if that means that they use a perceived power imbalance to promote their agenda, they'll say that. They don't care. They will do whatever it takes. They want power, and that's all they're after. Look at their policies. Look at the consequences of the policies they're putting out, and you see a trend that leads to this, like this guy in Twitter here, in Dearborn, Michigan. Cool Roy mentions, everything is about race with these Democrats, not me or you. Yes, that's true. Because what do they always go back to? Race. Race about, even when it's about gender, even when it's about sexual preference, even no matter what the subject is, they always bring it back to a racial component so they can say, but you have to agree or you're a racist. This is their ultimate nullification. This is how they end arguments. This is how they try to silence opposition. Well, then you're racist. And you're supposed to, once they accuse you of racism, well, then that equals in their mind guilt. And therefore, you're supposed to stop. You can't say anything else. They have disqualified you because they have claimed something that they have never proven. They claim that you're a racist. Therefore, nothing else you say and anything you have said is no longer valid, no matter how much factual data you have, because they believe in feelings, not facts. We know this. AOC told us that. She told you on 60 Minutes. It's not about being mathematically, semantically, or empirically correct. It's about feelings. And as long as they have the feeling, then they are right and you are wrong. And nothing you say matters. And they called you a racist. Therefore, you must be, because accusation equals guilt. We saw that with the entire Me Too movement. Just because you've been accused, you must be guilty. Therefore, no matter how many facts you have, no matter what evidence you provide, it doesn't matter. Their feelings trump everything. That's terrifying. You should be terrified of that. Let me go on. Cool Roy says, I love you because you love America. Yes, I do. I love America. Unabashedly, absolutely, with no reservation. I've seen other parts of the world. I have seen socialism live for a year and a half. I lived under that system. I understand what it is, what the difference is between America and what they're trying to promote, and I will stand by America every single time. Are we a perfect nation? Not at all. But we are the best in the world that has ever existed in the world. Let's see. let me catch up to some of the comments here. Mike Has Bad Knee says it's about race because that's what they can use to divide us. Yes. And Mike goes on to say, just like they use power imbalance to their advantage, they will also use race. They really don't care. Well, yeah, I agree. Now, again, if there is someone who is watching this and you say, but Mike, you don't understand. Fantastic. Call in. 929-715-8569. Why don't I understand? What in the evidence that I am providing to you is not clear? What is it that I'm misunderstanding? How did I misunderstand death to America, destroy the American system? How did I misunderstand that? Because that's what they said. I just showed it to you. You just heard it. How did I misunderstand that? Oh, I didn't misunderstand it. Then the problem isn't me or me making the conclusion that they have said. The problem is you don't like where this is leading. Well, that's a different problem. I can't help you with that. Your feelings about it are yours. But these are the facts. This is what you have to be aware of. And this is what's happening in American politics right now. Again, I'm more than open to hear what people have to say. Now, mind you, at the same time, what's going on overseas is we know that Netanyahu has said the same thing consistently. There can be no truce without the release of the hostages. Those are Israeli hostages, American hostages, British hostages, German, French, from around the world. There are hostages being held. At least 154 hostages are being held by Hamas right now. We think they're all alive. Hamas will not confirm if the hostages are all alive or dead. They won't tell anyone, which makes me think there's quite a few of them that are dead. And Hamas wants a truce before they tell anyone in the world whether or not they killed the hostages. Because I think, and this is my speculation here, could be wrong, I believe that Hamas wants a truce from the world. They want protection so that when they reveal that they killed the hostages, American hostages, British hostages, when they killed Israeli hostages, that they want the truce so that no one can retaliate against them because they killed our civilians that never should have been captured in the first place, that should never have been attacked in the first place. That's why Hamas wants the truce without giving away any of the hostages, why they want to keep them, why they will not confirm if they are alive or dead. Does anyone disagree with that idea? Do you think I am wrong with that understanding? I'm more than willing to hear your argument, but do you understand? Again, you don't have to agree. Do you understand why I have this belief that based on the evidence that we have seen, Hamas refuses to even confirm if the hostages are alive or dead? Why wouldn't they confirm they're alive? It would help them in the negotiations. It would help to get international support for Hamas to have a ceasefire, to confirm these hostages are alive, so you better stop firing at us. That would be in their best interest, and they won't do it. So I have to ask you, do you think they're alive? Do you truly think the hostages are alive? Let me actually put that into the comments here. Give me 1 second. I'm typing fast here. So my question, and I put it up for the chat for everyone. So anyone in the future, you can ask this question as well, and perhaps you can answer it. It's on Rumble as well. Do you think the hostages, the U.S. American hostages, the British hostages, the international hostages from 34 nations, do you think they're still alive? Or do you think Hamas killed them? And I think Hamas killed them. And Hamas is looking for a way out. They're looking for a way that no one can respond and retaliate. Mary says, what is it? Mary says, I believe they have been horrifically tortured to death. I agree. I truly do. But we won't know. We won't know until we get our hostages back, until it seems that Joe Biden is trying to pressure Israel into a truce without getting confirmation of the U.S. hostages, without getting a guarantee that the U.S. hostages will be released. Joe Biden is bending over backwards to help Hamas because he wants votes from progressives, not because he wants to help the Americans that are being held hostage, that are being tortured. He doesn't care about them. He has failed completely. I said it before, I'll say it again. You know who's the most successful at getting hostages out of Gaza, out of the hands of Hamas? Thailand. Get the Thailand negotiators, whoever it was in the Thai government that was able to get back all of their people. People that we didn't even know were taken hostage, they got back. I want the Thai government in charge of the negotiations to get the Americans and the Brits and everyone else released. Get them negotiating, because Biden hasn't succeeded. Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, has failed. The CIA director failed. So don't rely on them. Let's go to the people who actually were successful. Is that too much to ask for? I mean, all I'm asking for is give me back the American citizens. If I'll say this to all of the far left, Harvard and the rest of them. You want me to consider giving humanitarian aid to Gaza? Give us the American hostages. It's that simple. Give us the hostages first. Make sure that they're alive and well. Then ask me for generosity and kindness and for all of our wealth and resources. After you give us our people that you attacked, that Gaza attacked, that Hamas attacked without warning, for no reason, civilians. They didn't attack the military. They attacked civilians, American civilians. I'm sorry. I don't have a lot of compassion here. I really don't. And I don't know why America should. We got a comment from Happy Life. What will the Iranian response look like? Well, currently, we're expecting that Iran and or its proxies, that would be Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, and or Hamas, are going to attack the United States within a week. That is the current news. We're about to get to that, so I'm going to bring that up in just a moment. But the response that we're expecting from Iran at this moment is that they're going to attack the United States and or they're going to attack Israel, which we've been talking about for a while. Happy Life also mentions that they received no notification that I was streaming for 12 hours in a row. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, Google. This is part of the suppression and the fortification of the 2024 election. They didn't want you to know because they didn't want you to hear that America, the American dream, is alive and well and a good thing. Sorry for that, Happy Life. That's okay. So let me go on. Now I'm going to switch gears a little bit because there is something that is happening currently, besides what's happening in Gaza, that's affecting America. And it's not as direct, but I want you to understand, this is what happened with Mexico and Ecuador. So yesterday, the Ecuadorian government invaded the Mexican embassy. Now, everyone knows, or I think most people know, that embassies anywhere in the world are considered sovereign ground. So a U.S. embassy in Moscow is considered U.S. territory. It's U.S. soil. And as an American citizen, when I was in Moscow, I could walk into the U.S. embassy anytime I wanted to walk around there. I could go there any day of the week, and the Russian government could not follow me there. If I committed a crime in Russia and I made it onto U.S. embassy soil, the Russian government cannot follow me. Cannot. It is up to the American government that if you break a law in a foreign country and you're on embassy soil, it is up to the United States government and that embassy to decide whether or not they will release you to that foreign government because you're on U.S. soil. And this is true here in the United States. Any embassy here in the United States, any embassy anywhere for any country in the world. Hell, they made a movie about this. This was what was it? Mel Gibson and Danny Glover. What is that? What is this? What is that movie series? There are like 4 or 5 of those movies with Danny Glover and Mel Gibson. They're both playing cops. It's not Maverick. It's the one. I can't think of it right now. But I think it was the third Lethal Weapon. That's it. Lethal Weapon. The Lethal Weapon series. I believe it was the second or third Lethal Weapon movie had Riggs and Murtaugh. They were fighting against the South African government. Now, this is back in the 1980s when everyone was fighting against apartheid, and we did eventually win that battle, but the South African government were the bad guys, and one of the guys was like, I have diplomatic immunity. I'm on diplomatic soil. They had to go to the embassy, and they couldn't touch the bad guys because they were in the embassy. It's even in movies. That's how well everyone knows this. And what we are seeing is Ecuador broke the rules. They didn't care that it was Mexico. They wanted to get a bad guy or someone that the Ecuadorian government calls a bad guy, and they broke international law to go into Mexican soil against Mexican government will and forcefully try and get this guy. And Mexico, as a result, has said they have cut off all their ties with Ecuador. Nicaragua, Central America is making their decision. They are cutting ties. They are picking sides in this battle. And Ecuador, at the moment, is on the losing side of this. Now, this is important for the American people. This is important for the world to understand that as more and more countries are saying that there's a problem. Now, Ecuador says no criminal can be considered a politically persecuted person. That's a lie. That is not international law. That's what Ecuador would like you to think, but that's not true. They go on to say that Glass, the individual they want, has been convicted with an enforceable sentence and had an arrest warrant issued by the competent authorities. According to this ideology, the United States can go into England, into the embassies where Edward Snowden is, and just take him at any moment. We can't. The world will not allow that. Ecuador is the bad guy here. They're causing an international problem. And we can see that Bolivia, Chile, Brazil, Nicaragua are all against Ecuador. This is a problem right below the United States. Now, why does this matter to the American citizens? American citizens and the rest of the world, because this means that Ecuadorians will be refugees and they will be going to other countries, probably and almost entirely to the United States, but they're going to suffer and they're going to be going to other countries to get away from the political suffering. They're all going to claim that they're political refugees. They're all going to claim that the Ecuadorian government is now corrupt because, look, they broke international law. They don't respect Mexico or any of Central or Southern American law, and therefore they're a corrupt government, and I need to be a refugee to escape. They're not going to escape into Mexico because they can't anymore. They can't escape into Bolivia or Chile or Nicaragua. They can't go there because there's no more, all the diplomatic ties have been cut. So they have to go to the United States. We now know where the next wave of illegal immigrants coming into America, we know where they're coming from. The next wave of refugees, they're not only going to be Haitian, they're going to be Ecuadorian, and they're coming to the United States, and they're going to have their hand out, and they're going to say, please help us, because we can't go to Mexico. And they're going to use this excuse, and you're going to hear the progressives talk about this. Well, they can't go to Mexico. Mexico said they don't have any ties with them. They can't take those refugees because Mexico is the one who's fighting with Ecuador. So they have to come to America. They have to go to Canada. They don't have a choice. You think I am wrong. You're going to hear this. You're going to hear those same leftists that say the border is open, that we have to have more refugees come to America. You're going to hear them say this, that we have to take in the Ecuadorians. We need to have a special rule for the Ecuadorians, like we had a special rule for the Venezuelans, like we have a special rule for the Haitians. We have to take them in, and this is going to negatively hurt or negatively impact the United States. It's going to, again, put more pressure on all of the sanctuary cities, all the sanctuary states, and sadly, everyone else in America too. You aren't hearing this consequence from the mainstream news media. They're telling you what's happening, but they're not telling you what does this mean. I am. Is there anyone who disagrees? I'm looking in the chat. I'm looking, I'm listening for the phone. Does anyone disagree with me? Because I don't think there's any way we can see this differently. And be prepared. I want you to be prepared. You're going to see more Ecuadorian refugees that are going to enter the United States, and they're going to be going to New York where they can get a hotel. They can live in a hotel for a year, 2 years. They're going to get paid $60,000 a year, which is about 3 times what the Ecuadorians live on as is. They're going to get credit cards for food paid for by New York State, by New York State taxes. They're going to go to California to get the same thing. They're going to go into Boulder and Texas and Austin. They're going to go to these Democrat strongholds, and they're going to ask you for your money. And they're going to get it. And that's going to hurt inflation. So, and Dow says, are they going to flee to El Salvador? Hell no. Why would they go to El Salvador? El Salvador is just as poor and just as politically corrupt as Ecuador is. No. They're not going to go to El Salvador. They don't go there now. They have the perfect excuse to go to the United States. And that's why they're going to go to the United States. And the progressives are going to welcome them. They're going to say, we have to take them in. We can't turn them away. We can't send them to El Salvador, which is right there. We can't send them to Costa Rica, which is right there. No. They have to skip all that and go right to America. You're going to hear it. Mark my words. And you haven't heard about the United States. The United States hasn't made a comment about any of this yet. And remember, we still have to deal with Haiti. As I know, people are starting to forget that there's still a conflict in Haiti. And I know the mainstream media is moving away from Haiti. They want to talk about it less and less. It's kind of like talking about Americans who were murdered by Hamas, Americans who have been kidnapped and tortured by Hamas. The news media is just talking about anything else. They're avoiding that conversation. Just like they're avoiding to mention that there are at least 40,000 Americans in Haiti as we speak. 40,000. And they want to get out of Haiti because it's a hell zone. It is a war zone. Gangs are shooting up and trying to take over the government, and they're killing people left and right. And the American citizens on Haiti want to get out. And the American government, the American government doesn't even want to admit that they exist. I mean, they're very proud to say at least 450 Americans have evacuated Haiti in the last month. One plane. I want to put that in perspective for you. One 747 plane of American citizens have left Haiti out of 40,000 Americans. We're talking about 1% of the Americans who are trying to get out of Haiti have actually gotten out. And only half of them are because of the United States State Department, because of the Biden-Harris administration. Only half, about 230 of them, are because the United States government actually got them out. Florida got them out. Representative Corey Mills of Florida got them out. Private military, private mercenaries got Americans out. But the American government, less than one plane full of Americans have been, in a month, have been able to get out of Haiti. In a month. The strongest military in the world. A country so close to America that It doesn't even take 2 hours to get there. Okay, that just makes a whole lot of sense. And no one in the news media will tell you how many Americans are in Haiti. Since the gangs have tried to take over, since the Haitian president has resigned, the United States government has never revealed the number of Americans that are in Haiti. Not one news media agency will give the exact number. I am quoting, when I say 40,000, that's because the New York Times in 2010 came up, and that's their number from 2010. In fact, they said it was 45,000 Americans in Haiti. 45,000. That's the only number we have to go off of. And the American government will not confirm nor deny it. The crisis in Haiti, this is according to CBS News, the U.S. government is stopping the flights out of the Caribbean. The United States government got all of one plane full of Americans out, not even the full plane. And now they are giving up. This came out about an hour ago. This came out from CBS News. Flights out of Haiti to end on Friday. This is from CBS News Miami. You would think that all the Americans are out. They're not. Notice they're not mentioning, but the Americans are still in Haiti. This is like Afghanistan all over again. Oh, we left. Yeah, but there's still Americans there. Same thing in the Sudan. Oh, America left, but there's still Americans there, and they still want to come home. Oh, but that doesn't matter because we left. We left. We're gone. We forgot to mention that there's still Americans there. Oops. The Biden-Harris administration just doesn't talk about it anymore. And because they don't talk about it anymore, neither does the mainstream news media that are trying to fortify the 2024 election. They stop talking about it as well. They don't want you to think about it. They don't want you to consider this. As soon as Friday comes, I guarantee, right after Friday, you will not hear about Haiti in the mainstream news media anymore. Not that the international news media won't talk about it. Not that independent media won't talk about it. Many Haitian Americans will be absolutely absorbed and trying to find out more. But the American Biden-Harris government and the mainstream news media, they're going to say, all the Americans, well, yeah, we got the Americans out. We're done. Doesn't matter that there are tens of thousands of other Americans still in danger. By the way, we still got to get those Ecuadorian refugees. Oh my God, we've got to help those Ecuadorian refugees. What are they going to do? Oh, what, you mean the Americans hate Haiti? Oh, no, don't worry about that. They're Americans. They take second place. They're not the priority. The Ecuadorian refugees are the biggest priority. We have to help the Haitian refugees, the Ecuadorian refugees, but the American citizens, well, they'll figure it out. They'll find a way. Don't worry. It'll be all right. We're just not going to talk about that anymore. Do you see the priority? And this is terrifying to me. This is absolutely aggravating to me. This is malicious. No, they're not going to go to Gehenna. But this is, and Dal, you're right. This is truly abusive. Truly abusive. Again, this is the mainstream news media. I'm going to the left to show you the consequences. And does anyone think I am misunderstanding the facts that are in front of you? I understand this hasn't been explained to the American people this way, that they're not talking about it in this manner, but this is the reality. This is the conversation we should be having. These are the consequences of the facts in front of us. I understand people may feel differently about it. You may feel like the Ecuadorian refugees are a priority. Americans are a priority. For our government, for our country, our fellow Americans are a priority. If you were abandoned in the Sudan, if you were abandoned in Ukraine, in Afghanistan, in Haiti, in Gaza, you would want it to be a priority to get you home, to keep you alive. Your family would think it's a priority to keep you alive. The American government's saying, no, it's not a priority. But that refugee from a different country that we know nothing about, that doesn't want to be an American, key point, they don't want to be Americans. They want to be foreigners in America, but they don't want to be an American. Big difference. We got to take those foreigners in. We have to give them your tax money. Yes, the tax money that you earned that you can't access because you're in some gulag somewhere in the world. Yeah, they don't care about that. This is ridiculous, folks. This is seriously insane. Again, you may not like that I'm telling you the truth, but that doesn't change it from being the truth. You may not like the consequences of what is happening, but they are the consequences. And the rest of the world is seeing this. The rest of the world is watching this happen, and they are saying, gee, the Biden-Harris administration, the government of the United States, the Democratic Party, one of the biggest political parties controlling American government, they're all in favor of everyone except American citizens. They will not protect their own people. And if they won't protect their own people, what are they going to do for our allies? Nothing. Our allies can't trust them. Our allies have to say, if they won't protect their own people, they're not going to protect the treaties, and therefore we're on our own. Which is why the world is militarizing as we speak. It's the reason why we are seeing China attack, growing attacks on the Philippines, why we are seeing the Middle East become a hellhole, and Iran is trying to use its puppets to take over more and more territory and attacking Americans in Israel on a regular basis every day. Why we are seeing Europe have so many problems with their open borders, which is why governments in Europe, like Spain, like Portugal, like Italy, like Sweden, like Switzerland, do you notice this list is getting bigger and bigger, are all shutting their borders down to say, no, this doesn't work. It's not good for our country. And that's separate of the United Kingdom. That's also promised to do that, although Rishi Sunak, the Prime Minister of England, has failed in trying to stop the illegal aliens from coming into England, but he promised he would at least. It's insane, folks. By the way, let me again. I want you to see this. So, again, here's the Miami Herald also saying the same thing. U.S. government's charter flights out of Haiti will end soon, not mentioning how many thousands, tens of thousands of Americans are going to be left behind by the Biden-Harris administration. And we can see it. And every single, I'm showing you this on purpose. This is, and I will update it right now for you. If you want, we can pick any and all of these articles by the mainstream news media. Not one of them will tell you how many Americans are being left behind. Not one of them will tell you how many Americans are in Haiti as we speak. Not one. I have checked these sources individually over and over again. Not one will quote how many Americans are in there. The only thing you will see is they will say that, well, 1,600 people spoke to a U.S. embassy and said they want to get out. That's the only thing. At least, and they will word this in every single article, at least 1,600 Americans say they want to get out. At least. That's the key words there. At least 1,600 Americans want to come home and get out of Haiti. But they won't tell you how many. They won't tell you this. And we don't know that those 1,600 are ever going to get home because they got until Friday, and there's no guarantee that the Biden administration will get them home because the Biden administration is okay with leaving people behind. That's just the reality. You don't have to like it. You don't have to approve of it, but it's the truth. And no one wants to tell you the truth. Now, while this is all happening, we have Ecuadorians are preparing to come into America en masse. We have South America is becoming volatile. They too are militarizing. They too are becoming even more unstable than they normally are. We have problems in Southeast Asia with China and the Philippines, on top of the problems with China and Taiwan, on top of the problems with North Korea versus South Korea, and Japan being terrified of all of that. On top of that, besides what we're seeing in Europe with Russia versus Ukraine, which is absorbing more and more resources, and we have the European Union, in particular France, that is demanding that U.S. troops under NATO, 75% of NATO is U.S. troops, are being sent into Ukraine on the ground. They want U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine, not European troops. They're not volunteering French troops or German troops or British troops. They're volunteering American troops to fight in Ukraine. While that's all happening, and that is a lot, I understand, it may feel overwhelming. I'm sorry, but there's a bit more to keep in mind, because ISIS has promised, now this is back on March 31st, we were talking about this last week. We've been telling you, we were warning you ahead of time. We were warning you before CNN, before the mainstream media, that ISIS is going to, after ISIS attacked the Moscow third ring, that they were going to attack the United States, that the United States was now a target. And who's also joining in? Iran. The U.S. is preparing for a significant Iran attack in the next week. It could happen as soon as next week, because they all see weakness. We have ISIS, who were released by Joe Biden on September 1st of 2021. Joe Biden opened up the prison doors and released Al-Qaeda and ISIS back into the world, and they have been surging. Now they're attacking Russia, and they're planning to attack the United States, and now we've got Iran attacking the United States because the U.S. is overwhelmed and confused. We have open borders. 172 known or suspected terrorists tried to enter the United States in 2023. 69 have tried to enter the United States in the first 3 months of 2024. Consider that. That means we're going to double the 2023 number under Joe Biden because of the open borders. And God knows how many of these terrorists are getting through. They're coming from Hezbollah. They're coming from the Houthis, Hamas. They're coming from Iran. They're coming from ISIS. They're coming from Al-Qaeda, all because of the Biden administration's actions in September of 2021. This is the consequence of our policies that no one wants to tell you. How did we get here? Joe Biden gave the Taliban the keys and opened the prisons. That's how we got here. Oh, you didn't think of that. No one told you that. MSNBC won't mention that. Well, that's because they want you to forget. Because you might not vote for Joe Biden if you remember that. You might not vote Democrat if you understand how the open borders are making you endangered. Does anyone think I am wrong? Does anyone think I've misunderstood this? That I am somehow misquoting the facts that are coming from CNN, MSNBC, that are coming from the New York Times, from the United States State Department? Does anyone think I am misunderstanding AP News or Reuters? These are internationally credible sources, and I am just putting the information together. I'm just collating it. I'm just putting it in order of events that happened. And I'm just telling you, this is what's going to happen next. This is what the reality is. And you can either accept it and prepare, or you can wait for them to tell you, oh, and this is the next thing that happened. Has nothing to do with anything else. It just happened out of the blue. No one could have possibly known that. Except we've already told you about that. Except it's all been laid out. This is the next domino in the series. But, don't forget to vote Democrat. But remember, you got to support every progressive, because look at what wonderful things they are doing for the world. Now, I mind you, there are controversial takes out there, kind of like the editorial that came out from the New York Post that reminds us the famine in Gaza, not really, it's a myth. And I know there's now heads are exploding all along the progressives. They're losing their minds. Harvard is going insane right now. Binghamton University, Broome County, they're losing their minds. Dearborn, Michigan is going crazy right now because the famine is a myth. Well, the fact is that the United States have put over 300,000 tons of food and beverages to Gaza just in the last 6 months alone. That doesn't count any humanitarian aid we were giving to Gaza before they killed our civilians, before they took our civilians hostage and tortured them. We were giving them aid, food and water and fuel even before then. But since then, we've given them 300,000 tons, which would be enough to feed the people of Gaza. Why are the people of Gaza starving? The United States by itself in the last 6 months have given enough food to feed the people of Gaza, and they're starving. It's because of Hamas. It's because the government of Gaza, the people, the elected representatives of the Palestinian people, Hamas, the terrorist organization, is taking the food, they're taking the water, they're taking the fuel, so they can feed their military and continue to attack Israel, the United States, everyone who doesn't believe in what Hamas believes. That's why the people are starving. It's not because there's not enough humanitarian aid from around the world. It's not because we haven't been doing stuff to help the people. It's because Hamas doesn't care. That's the reality. That's the hard truth. And we are seeing the consequence of all this. We are seeing the consequences. Graham says, what should the average person do to prepare against a possible imminent terror attack? Okay, so it's a great question. And Graham, it's kind of what we were talking about yesterday. Well, the first thing is you have the Second Amendment. You have the right to defend yourself. You have a right to own a firearm. Now, that means not just go and buy a gun. Get trained. Have a firearm that you're comfortable with. A great one for home defense is a shotgun. So you could have a shotgun. Learn how to load the shotgun, how to unload it, how to clean it, how to shoot it, how to aim, to be prepared for it. And same thing with a handgun or a rifle, depending on the kind of property. Do you live in an apartment? Do you live in a house? Do you have a lot of neighbors? Do you have farmland? You have to know what's appropriate for what you're trying to defend. So learn, have a firearm, and learn how to defend yourself. Get trained on that. Be proficient in that. Teach your kids and your family to respect firearms and also how they can use it. It's not enough for one person in the family to know how to do it. If dad knows how to fire a firearm, but dad is at work and mom is there with the kids, well, mom needs to know how to protect the kids and the property too. And if mom is somehow disabled, the kids need to do it. How many times have we seen kids, 9-year-olds, have to pick up a handgun and defend their parents because their parents were knocked out, because they were attacked first? And the kid is the only one left standing that can actually protect their family. So everyone in the family needs to know how to use that firearm, how to properly respect that firearm, and to be able to defend each other. That's the first step. Second step, have extra food. I understand there is a global food shortage. There has been since 2022. We were talking about it on this channel first. We have recommended to you, every time you go to the store, buy 10% more food. That means buy some flour, buy some wheat, buy some grains, rice, buy things that will last a long time, canned foods, just 10% more than you normally buy every time you go to the store. And I know that's less and less food as inflation goes up and up, but just 10% more every time. You don't have to panic. Just do that, and that will help you be able to feed your family and yourself if the worst case is happening around you. The third thing, know some first aid. Learn how to do first aid. Basic, simple first aid. Stop the bleeding, treat the wound, understand what shock is and how to help people with shock. Basic health, basic survival care, and have a first aid kit. Those are the first three things I would recommend to people. And you may want to do it in a different order. Maybe it's more important for you to learn first aid and have a first aid kit. Maybe it's more important for you to get food. Maybe it's more important for you to be able to have a firearm and learn how to and be trained on using the firearm. Whatever your priorities may be, those are the first three things I would recommend to every family and every individual across America, no matter your gender preference, your color of skin, your religion, your political ideology. Everyone should be. If you're an American citizen, this is what I recommend for you. That's what I would do to prepare. That's the minimum that would be necessary to protect people in a terrorist attack. Does that mean that's going to protect you at every place you are at every moment? No. There's no way to guarantee you're going to be protected. I can't. No one can. The government sure as hell won't. They're not going to protect you at every moment. They will promise that you'll be protected. That's a lie. There's no way you can be protected at every single moment. The best plan I can give you, stock up on extra food, be aware of how to do first aid and have a first aid kit. And you can have a traveling first aid kit, by the way. You can put it in your backpack as you go to and from work. Kids go to and from school. You can just have it. It's just you don't have to have a huge one. Just a small first aid kit. It can fit inside your briefcase, your suitcase, a woman inside their purse. It's easy to carry with you. And the third thing is, or the other thing is, being able to be aware, trained, how to use a firearm. I hope that answers that for you, Graham, and for many people. If not, please ask away or call in. I'll be happy to expand on it. Mary says, exactly, Hamas is taking the humanitarian aid. They are. We know this. I showed you, 3 months ago, when it was reported by the Hindustan Times, internationally credible news agency, had video of Hamas a quarter of a mile away from food was being distributed. It was after they had Egypt opened up the border with Gaza, and humanitarian aid trucks were coming into Gaza from Egypt, and a quarter of a mile away, the food and water that was being given to the Palestinian people was being taken by the Hamas government, and it was being taken from those people, taking it right off their trucks. It was just a quarter mile away, so the news cameras didn't watch them do it. Dow says, train for room sweeps, situational awareness, strategic defense points within and outside your property. That's all true, Dow, but that comes after the initial training. So I'm assuming that people are starting from zero. I mean, most people should know some first aid, should have first aid kits in their home. People should have food and food reserves in their home. People should know how to fire a firearm at the very least and have basic security protocols in terms of using a firearm. And then from there, they can train for room sweeps and additional situational awareness. But I'm going with the bare minimum basic that people need. But you're not wrong, Dow. You're not wrong, but that's more advanced. That's for people who want to have more advanced training, more advanced preparation. You got to start somewhere. So that's why I say it that way. Mary says, foods, fluids, firearms. Well, that's another way of saying it, Mary, but I think you left out first aid. So you're not wrong. And when I say food, I also mean, and I should clarify, thank you, Mary, for bringing this up, I mean also water. You should have several 30-gallon jugs of water that's sealed. It doesn't have to, it can be tap water, it doesn't have to be mineral water, it doesn't have to be any kind of special fancy kind of water. You can do it yourself. Get an empty 30-gallon jug and put in tap water in it. It doesn't have to be special, but have, I'd say 2. You can have more, but at least have 2 30-gallon jugs of water at all times in your home. This is on top of this is in addition to the extra food supplies. And I know I took that as a given, but let me be clear and say it very directly. You should have a couple of 30-gallon jugs minimum of water in your home. At least one 30-gallon jug for every individual in that household. So if there's mom, dad, and 2 kids, you should have at least 4 30-gallon jugs of water. Minimum. Is that perfect? No. Is that enough? No. But we're talking basic minimum levels of survival. And these are important things. Is anyone else telling you that? You know what? Democrats, if the Democrats really wanted to win the 2024 election, they'd be mentioning this. Same thing for most of the Republicans. Not all. There are some Republican candidates that are saying this. But we should be hearing this from the GOP, the DNC, the progressives, the Democratic Socialists of America, Joe Biden and Donald Trump and RFK and whoever the libertarians pick should all be saying, this should be in your home at a bare minimum. We have tough times in America. Don't panic. It's not that difficult. Here's the minimum that should be in every home in America. They could do it. They should do it. They won't do it. Instead, they will suppress my channel and say that I am a bad guy. They will not tell people that I am live streaming, and they will punish people for watching my live stream rather than actually just say what I've said. It's sad. It's truly sad. Graham says, I've never even seen a 30-gallon jug. It's not that big. Matter of fact, let me see. Let me look it up for you real quick. You've seen them. You probably didn't realize that this is a 30-gallon water jug. Let me put that out the chat for a second. This is a 30-gallon water jug. Come on. Really? Oh, there it is. Okay. So, again, it doesn't matter which company. I just searched. It doesn't have to be Poland Spring. It doesn't have to be some kind of name brand. It doesn't have to be any kind of special. But you've seen this. This is the kind of jug that you see at water coolers. See that top? You see all the water coolers in your job, at your home, all over the place? Yeah, you've seen 30-gallon jugs all the time. And look at the price. It's like $9. We're not talking about something that's super expensive to have. It's just that most people don't really, like you said, Graham, 30-gallon jug? I've never seen a 30-gallon jug. Yes, you have. You've seen them all over the place. In businesses all across America. All over the place. You just didn't know it was a 30-gallon jug. You were thinking that, oh, that would be so much bigger. No, it's not. It's really not. And you would think, it's so expensive, I could never afford it. It's $9. Even in the in this inflation era, $9. It's not that expensive. Yes, you can afford it. You can afford and just put it somewhere in the house and leave it on the side. It's not going to go bad. It's just going to sit there until you need it. $9 per person in the house. You got 4 people in your house. Oh, excuse me. This is the 5-gallon jug. I'm sorry. Excuse me. Thank you for pointing that out. I'm an idiot. No, there's 30-gallon. I thought... This is Google messing with me. I put in 30-gallon jug. Just so you can see, folks. I put in 30-gallon jug. Here we go. 30-gallon jug. Sorry. 450 pounds. How much is that? Correction. I stand corrected. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. I wasn't reading what's on the screen. I was thinking the 5-gallon jug. Fine. This is the 30-gallon jug. $79. $79. Let's see. Is there one that's cheaper? 79. That's a 5-gallon. 55 is 95. 91. 100. 30-gallon. 59. 53. 67. So there, it's there. So, yes, I did work too hard yesterday. I did work too hard yesterday, and so I wasn't paying attention to the details there. But again, my error doesn't take away from the basic supplies there. So, yeah, you've seen them in Breaking Bad. Yeah, I was confusing in my head the 5 and the 30, but that's all right. Look, I don't mind being corrected, folks. That's okay. That's why I have an audience. That's why I speak with you, because I'm thinking one thing and I say another thing. You know, I have days where I'm tired too, where I make errors too. That's okay. That's why I go and show you the sources, so that if I've made an error, if I miss something, if I make a mistake, the audience, like Graham, can say, Mike, but that's not what you mean, right? Clarify this, because you're showing me one thing and you said something else. Please clarify that. Where's the error? And that's okay. I don't mind being corrected, because it's important for us to, and thank God, that means you're paying attention. I love that my audience is paying attention and going, Mike, up, you got it wrong. Good. You're paying attention. That means someone's going to be helped. So I'm very happy about that. I'm not embarrassed. I got it wrong, and that's okay. It's okay to get certain things wrong, to misunderstand what's going on. It's a question of, do you correct yourself? Do you go over the details? Is the core of what I'm saying correct? And by the way, when we talk about, I forgot that I had these. Forgot which screen I was on there. All right. And in talking about all of this, and when I say the military peer is problematic, that we're pandering to Hamas, and this is not in our best interest, and that we don't even know how this is coming from responsible statecraft, okay? This is their analysis. And their analysis, which is in part based on what Politico is saying, and in part on what the United Nations World Food Program is saying, it's a big mess. We have ships, as of right now, we have ships who are going there. We've been told that the pier will begin being built within the next week. We have ships that won't even show up for another month. They won't even get there until May. And we're being told it's going to start and we're going to have this thing built in a week or two. Most of the ships that have the supplies and the personnel aren't even going to get there until May. There's at least one ship, I believe it's here it is. It's the naval vessel, the Bobo, is in Jacksonville. It's in Florida. It hasn't even started. And this is part of what is necessary to build the pier in Gaza, which just tells you that this was completely confused and last minute. When Joe Biden said this, it was only because of Super Tuesday. It was only because he was losing votes and he's not competitive. And as a knee-jerk reaction to get back those progressive votes, that's why we started to build this pier. That's why we're building. Even though it has so many problems for America, even though it's aiding and abetting a terrorist organization that is actively killing Americans and torturing Americans, this is treason. We are aiding and abetting an enemy to the United States, a government that has promised and has actively killed Americans, and we're aiding and abetting them. This makes no sense. By the way, when you look at this, the Quincy Institute, which is the ones who put this together, they were created in 2019, and they're created by George Soros. So this is George Soros. George Soros is telling you that this is a problem. And George Soros is no fan of the United States, but he is a progressive. And even he can tell you this is problematic, that you're not being told the truth. So again, I'm going to the left. Can't go further left than George Soros being funded, created in just 2019. It was created specifically for the 2020 and 2024 election to help fortify the election, to guide you to vote for Democrats, and even they have to admit this is a problem. This is a plan that makes no sense. But even in that, and by the way, I would suggest if you look right now, and I'm just going to do I'm doing a live search off of Google, the U.S. Gaza Pier, you will not find any source that will tell you who's going to be in charge, how are we going to build this, who's going to protect the American citizens that or the either the volunteers or the Americans, military that are building it. There isn't one source that knows who's going to be in charge of this. This is completely confused, and internationally, nobody knows what's going on there. This is the Biden administration just trying to look good while they do things that are bad, that are stupid, that are counterproductive to the United States. You may think, Mike, but are you sure? I'm showing you the evidence. And again, I am more than willing to take any comment, any critique from anyone, no matter your political affiliation. I will not block people. I know YouTube, Google, they block people from our channel. I know that they don't put out notifications. I know that they sometimes delete and restrict comments, whether it's in the chat or anywhere else. I don't. I will never do that. I'm more than happy to hear someone from the far left, the progressive leaders of tomorrow, the Democratic Socialists of America, the Green Party. I'm more than happy to talk to any of them and say, hey, let's talk about this. You think I'm wrong? Great. Let's go through the facts. Now, they may say, but I feel, and I don't care. As soon as you hear that, I often tell people, it's like, oh, and they want to debate me. Oh, but I feel, I don't care. That's immediately, I don't care. Because your feelings are transitory. Your feelings are yours. I can't control your feelings, and I don't want to control your feelings. You have a feeling. I don't care. I do care about the facts. I do care about logical consequences. That I care about. But your feelings? No, I don't care. Just like they don't care about our feelings. Because you never hear them go, oh, I have to adopt those Republican, conservative, libertarian views. I have to feel like them. No, we always have to change to become more progressive. But progressives never adopt our feelings. Gee, why is that? Why do they have a priority and we don't? Why are their feelings better than our feelings? Even though they're not. Oh, well, there you go. Let me see here. So that's the international news that we've been talking about. Well, we got through the international in an hour and a half. I never get through the international news that fast. It's so fast. I must be tired. I must have missed something happening in the world today. I didn't think I did, but I must have missed something. And I must be tired from yesterday, but fair enough. So that's the international news. These are the things that are going to be affecting America. We're going to have more illegal aliens. There's more militarization in the world. It's even closer to the United States than we ever thought before. It is all because of the lack of leadership that we see from the United States that would keep many of these nations in line and resolve a lot of these issues a lot faster. We're going to see more illegal immigrants coming into the United States. And the two countries we're going to see that are going to be surging are going to be Ecuador and Haiti. The American citizens, not so much. We have at least now the current count, and we've been counting since September 1st of 2021, the current count of Americans who have been abandoned overseas by the Biden-Harris administration is now at, conservatively, at least, hang on, I want to do the math again, at least 40,000 and probably closer to 75,000. Now, how do I get that number? Let me be very clear. 5,000 Americans in Afghanistan, that's a conservative number. 10,000 Americans into Ukraine, that's a conservative number. 15,000 Americans into Sudan, that comes from the New York Times. That's their number. There's unknown numbers of Americans held by Gaza, because we don't have a confirmation on who's alive, who's dead, or even how many hostages they took. We have somewhere, now conservatively, 10,000 Americans in Haiti, but as many as 45,000 in Haiti. That's somewhere between 40 and 75,000 Americans around the world each year that Joe Biden has been in office. The number has grown and pretty much doubled year after year after year. We went from 5 to 10, 15. Now we're looking at 40, 45. It's insane. And no one calls them out. No one in the mainstream news media will ask this question. No one is asking this of Karine Jean-Pierre. No one will bring this up because the message is from the mainstream news media, protect the 2024 election for Democrats. Promote the Democrats. Every news article has to, in some way, make the Democrats look as good as possible to make the progressive policies seem as palatable as possible so that people will vote Democrat in 2024, even though it's those very same Democratic progressive policies that are harming the American people and the world. And the world. I said that as an emphasis. Again, who disagrees with me? Anyone? People are watching this on Rumble, on Twitter, on DLive, on Facebook. You're seeing it all over. Hopefully, if the mainstream internet overlords aren't blocking me completely or haven't completely suppressed me, you're seeing this around the world. Please tell me what have I gotten wrong? Besides the 30-gallon jug. I know. Got that wrong. We corrected that. No problem. And we corrected that. What else have I gotten wrong? Anything? I'm willing to be corrected if something I've put forward is incorrect. I'm more than happy to be corrected. I would like to be corrected on some of this because it would mean the world is more stable and more safe than I think it is. And God, I hope I am wrong. I want the world to be more stable. It's not. It's not. And anyone who tells you it is, they're lying to you. They have a political agenda in mind. I don't know what the agenda may be, but it could be like what we see in Dearborn, Michigan. The Dearborn, Michigan, the agenda is kill Americans. Again, they said it. I didn't. What did they say? Death to America. In Dearborn, Michigan. And let me just make sure. Dearborn, Michigan. Who is the congressman? Rashida Tlaib. See, people think, Mike, well, you're just making it up. You're not paying attention to detail. This is a D20. This is a plus 23 progressive district. That's according to the Cook report. Democrat Rashida Tlaib is in charge. That's Dearborn, Michigan. These are her constituents. These are the Rashida Tlaib's constituents. This is the people who vote for her. This is who supports her. This is why she's in Congress. Death to America. That's what she's representing. Death to America. I'm not picking on her because she's a woman or a woman of color or whatever sexual preference she may or may not have. I could care less about any of that. I care about the fact that she was elected by these people, and these people are saying death to America. That's my problem with Rashida Tlaib. That's my problem with the Democratic Socialists of America. That's my problem with the progressive movement. We got a comment from Dow Grimm. And Dow says, scarily, nothing that I'm saying is incorrect in terms of the consequences that I see. It all makes logical sense. You may not like it, but it's logical and makes sense. Dow goes on to say, the patterns, trends, and expounding on the facts paints a pretty clear picture. I think it does. The evidence that the left, that the mainstream news media, internationally credible sources, what they are showing us is very explicit. They just won't end the sentence. It's funny. It's like they're giving us every word in the paragraph except the last sentence, except the conclusion that tells us, oh, and this is what happens next. Grace is with us. Grace Grimm says, I may have missed it, but what is going on with the issue with China and the Philippines? Oops, I missed it. No. I missed that. I thought I try to keep this stuff in order of where I'm going, and so I can remember. I know I was looking at that for today. Bear with me, Grace. Where did I put it? Nope, I didn't put it up there. Okay, well, that's my fault. I have several sources. I have dozens of articles that I read on, and usually I have it all in order so that I can go over this with you guys. But no problem. Here it is. So again, you can just double check this on your own. China, Philippines. Now the answer, let me be very clear. When you hear someone say, and let me show you that. So China, Philippines, this is from Google. I just did it live. When you hear someone say, World War III could start. No, it won't. That is hype. That is hyperbole. That is fear-mongering. That's just, well, not so much fear-mongering, but it is using fear to grab eyeballs. And Fox News, in this case, World War III could start over the Philippines dispute with South China. No, it's not World War III. Iran is not going to go to war because China is fighting the Philippines. Russia is not going to go into war with the world because China and the Philippines have a dispute. Not going to happen. We're not going to see Ecuador or any part of South America decide to declare war because Philippines and China are fighting. Australia is not going to get involved. Well, no, that's not true. Australia will. But the rest of the world isn't getting involved in this. They don't care. It's not World War III. It is what I have told you on this channel many, many times before. It is 3 simultaneous regional wars. That will happen. And that is happening. We see that, as we've been telling you over the last, 4 years now? We are seeing it. We have Ukraine and Russia. That's Europe. We have the Middle East, Iran, and its puppet terrorist organizations, Hezbollah, Hamas, the Houthi terrorists, attacking Israel and the United States in all the Middle East. That includes in Jordan, in Syria, in Afghanistan, in Iraq. So we're seeing it. The escalation, I was talking to someone yesterday about it, the escalation has already happened. The Middle East has already escalated. It's not going to escalate. It already did. So there's your second simultaneous regional war. And then we have Southeast Asia, where we have Japan is building their military as we speak. We've been covering that for years now, for a year now. We know that Southeast Asia is building up its military, 4th largest small arms manufacturer in the world. We know North Korea has been firing off rockets, missiles, ICBMs at the fastest rate that we have ever seen, proving that not only do they have rockets that could reach the United States and all of our allies and hit them with a nuke, but that they have plenty of them. It's not that they have one, they have dozens of them. They have enough to waste. That's how many they have that they can attack us with, and they can reach us, and we can't shoot them all down. They just have too many. That's a fact. And they have hypersonic technologies. So you have that happening in the Middle East. You have China picking the fight, not just with the guarantee that they are going to forcibly take over Taiwan, but they're forcibly attacking the Philippines right now. That's not a world war. That is a regional war. The difference is significant. And let me explain this, because I mentioned to people and they don't understand what's the significance. Why is 3 regional wars simultaneously more dangerous than World War III? And I can use the examples in World War I and World War II. If you have a world war, you have a unification. Think of the Axis. That would be Japan, Germany, Italy. The Axis. It also included the Ottoman Empire, which most people don't talk about because no one cares about the Middle East. But realistically, it's the Ottoman Empire, the Japanese government, the German government, the Italian government. That were the Axis, and the world was fighting them. They were unified by a similar thought, the master race. The people who should be in charge and rule the world. That was the ideology that was similar, whether you were in Japan or were in Persia or you were in Germany or you were in Italy. That same theme that unified them, and therefore they were fighting together. Whether they loved each other or not is a different question. It's one of the reasons why the Russians were not an ally. They started as allies, but really Russia didn't believe in the same thing as Germany. Yes, they were all socialists, and Russia was in the middle of their Russian Revolution. The socialists were taking over Russia. They had been doing so since the 1920s, and communism was coming in, but they weren't the master race. They had the Russians thought they had the best political ideology. Communism was an ideology, but the people weren't superior, not a superior race. Therefore, that didn't match with the Axis allies' ideology, which is why they were more than willing to turn on the Russians, because they weren't the best people. That was the Germans, the Italians, the Ottomans, and the Japanese. And even the Italians were overthrown. They were turned on by the Germans because, again, there can only be one true master according to their ideology. So eventually you would have seen Germany turn on Japan and the Ottomans as well, but we never got to that point. But that's why Russia isn't really considered an Axis. Even though they started with that, they were turned on because they had a different ideology for their country, which was similar to, but not the same as. So when we took out Germany, we basically took out that ideology that was unifying them all, and they fell apart. When we were defeating Germany, we were defeating both Italy and the Ottomans and the Japanese. Now, we did have to go into Japan and fight them separately, but we had taken out one of their major legs, one of their major supports, one of their major benefactors in Germany. When we took them out, the Japanese were severely weakened, and everyone could focus on them. That's a big difference between World War II and World War III, if we were to see it, or more importantly, 3 regional wars. There is nothing that connects China, North Korea, Iran, and Russia. They hate each other. Massively intense, absolute ideological hate for each other. They don't like each other. They don't agree with each other's political philosophies. They don't believe in the same ideologies. There is nothing that connects those countries besides the fact that they hate America and the West. That's what unifies those countries. But that's not an ideology. That's not a political affiliation. That's not anything other than just hate. That's not enough. They can't work together, and they don't work together on anything other than they want to get rid of America. So that's why you're seeing regional conflicts. And China will not denounce Russia for attacking Ukraine because there's not enough hate. They hate America more. They want America to suffer in having to put all of the weapons, all of the supplies into Ukraine. They want the United States to have foot soldiers, whether under NATO or any other reason, into Ukraine because it weakens America. So they will tacitly support Russia. They will buy oil and gas from Russia. They will help give supplies to Russia. But they don't like Russia. Iran will send over rockets. They'll be more than happy to buy and sell oil and gas and resources and give rockets and drones to Russia so they can fire against Ukraine, because that's firing against America indirectly. That's weakening Europe indirectly. And they hate, Iran hates Europe and the United States. Absolutely. We're the big devil. Israel's the little devil. And our cousin, the cousin devil, is all of Europe. They want to wipe us all out. They've been saying that since the 1980s. But they don't like Russia. They'd wipe out Russia too. Why? They don't believe in the Ayatollah. They'd wipe out China. Why? Because they're a bunch of atheist communists. They'd kill them too. They don't like these people. But they will work on them because they hate America. We're the devil. Israel's the little devil. Europe is our cousin devil. They'll kill all of them. Do you see what I'm saying here? These guys don't like each other. You're not looking at World War III. You take out any one of those legs, the others keep on going. You can't defeat the entire war by taking out any of them. None of them are the key source. They're all independent. That's why they're simultaneous regional wars. And that's why I say, and I hope I'm making it clear, because most people don't hear this. No one in the news media is taking the time to explain this. Instead, they say, like Fox News, and by no means is Fox News the only one saying this, we're hearing this on the left as well, that it's World War III. It is a lie. It's a false hope. I wish it were World War III, because we could defeat that. You could knock that out. Take out the central underlying support, the main ideology, the main politics, the main source of that motivation for war, and you end the war, essentially. But we're not having that. So we have 3 independent regional wars, all of them that directly involve the United States, all of them that target our allies and require us to respond. And let's be honest, the Biden-Harris administration, the progressive Democrats, cannot handle multiple problems all at the same time. They can't handle all the issues with the border. They can't handle the fact that California and New York and Illinois and Massachusetts are being overrun by illegal aliens. That has overwhelmed them as is. And now you want to add international problems? They can't handle it. And the world knows it. That makes it dangerous. So let me go on. So I hope that answers part of that. And I'm going to get to your comment in 1 second, Graham. But I don't think most people have ever heard this. And I hope, clip this part of the live stream, share it with your friends, share it with other people. And if anyone disagrees with me, I am more than happy. Put it in the comments. Say, Mike, no, but it's World War III because you missed this part. Please do explain that, because I have yet to hear an argument that says, no, you're wrong, Mike. I've heard a lot of people go, yeah, that makes sense. So, going on, China, Philippines. China holds combat patrol in South China Sea, even though there's a U.S.-led war game, which China has been warning the United States not to do. China says it's patrolling the South China Sea. Biden has warned Beijing, sort of, kind of, with Janet Yellen. Weak, very weak. China doesn't care. China is not impressed by Janet Yellen in anything that she has to say. The Philippines they're trying to gear up. Their navy isn't big enough to take out China's navy. China knows that. The Philippines knows that. That's why the Philippines, 2.5 years ago, were asking the United States to reopen the military bases, U.S. bases in the Philippines. 2.5 years ago, we covered that. 2.5 years ago, the Philippines were saying, please, United States, come back and reopen military bases because they were afraid of China. 2.5 years ago. We didn't do it. Biden didn't pay attention. Now you have China who said, oh, the United States doesn't care about the Philippines enough to open up a base, even though Japan is building a military. We have South Korea weaponizing, preparing for war. Australia is weaponizing, preparing for war. They're building nuclear submarines. And we're not going to go into the Philippines as the Philippines begs the United States, please put in a military base. Please protect us. We have a treaty with the Philippines that says we will protect them, and we're not putting the base back. China said, well, then the Philippines is open game. And they started attacking. Now, to answer your question, Grace, now that I've covered how did we get here, how did this happen, which is important because that helps to inform us what's going to happen next. So we understand this is happening because the Biden-Harris administration didn't have the foresight to see the 3 simultaneous regional wars. They also didn't heed the warning coming from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and the Philippines directly. All 4 nations made it very, very explicitly clear that there was a problem. They also ignored China absolutely directly saying that they are going to take over Taiwan by force, which tells us that all of Southeast Asia is going to react to that. So we needed to shore up our alliances and our trust with our allies throughout Southeast Asia. That should have been the response by the United States. We should have been building up the trust so that Japan wouldn't feel terrified, so afraid that they need to build an army. That South Korea would not feel so terrified that they're building their own nuclear weapon, by the way. People forgot about that. They're building nukes because they're terrified. Australia is building nuclear submarines because they're terrified. So the warning signs were all in front of us, and the Biden-Harris administration didn't do it because they couldn't handle the political heat. They thought they would lose the midterm elections if it showed that the United States was building up military bases again. They were reducing the size of the military. They were cutting back on military bases because their progressive base hate America. They hate the military. So he couldn't do that, which was the wrong answer. China saw that and said, then game's over. We'll go in and take over the Philippines. They have no problem. It's part of their plan anyway. Taiwan, Korea, Japan, the Philippines, all can belong, and they have claimed the land of all of those nations the Chinese Communist government has. So they have no problem. So they're moving forward because they have no fear of retaliation from the United States. And Japan doesn't have a navy large enough. Neither does South Korea, nor do the Philippines. None of them have a navy that is sophisticated enough, besides not having the number of ships that are necessary. They all depend and have been depending for decades, God, half a century, on the United States. We have failed. That's why we're seeing the Philippines get worse. But it's not World War III. It is 3 regional wars. Again, if people disagree with me on this, I'm more than happy to hear your phone call. It's 929-715-8569. You can call me right now. Say, Mike, oh, you're misunderstanding the facts that are out there. I've gone over these facts for years now and been foretelling this for years now, and I still believe that by 2028, we will see China invade Taiwan. We will see Southeast Asia in its regional war. This is all logistics right now. What we are seeing, the pushback against the Philippines, the threats against Japan, against South Korea, the threats and guarantees of violence to Taiwan, that's all logistics. That's them flexing their muscles, seeing where the weaknesses are, and preparing as they build up the largest navy in the world, double the size of the United States. And even for people, and I know there's one argument that people will tell me to address it very quickly is, but Mike, the ships that the Chinese are building aren't as good as the American ships. Yeah, if you outnumber us 2 or 3 to 1, if I have 3 bullets coming at me and I can only block one of them, I'm probably going to get hit. Look, you don't need the greatest technology. People love to say, but we have all the technology. All the technology did not win in Vietnam. All the technology didn't win in Korea. All the technology didn't beat Afghanistan, didn't beat Al Qaeda, didn't beat ISIS. Yes, we have more technology. Technology doesn't win wars by itself. That never has happened. And there is nothing better in war than actual manpower. Having the people in the army, in the navy, and having them fight. I don't care how much technology you have. Technology will not win the fight for you. People do. And they have more people, more ships, more military than we do. That's just a fact. So, I'm sorry if it's upsetting for people, but it's the truth. Okay, so Graham says, so Grace Grimm, I hope I answered your question. Graham says, Michael, it was a 2004 DNC speech where Barack Obama said, we don't have a red America and a blue America. We have a United States of America. Yeah, it's really great. Obama knows how to make a speech. He is a statesman. No questions asked on that. I do not dispute that he is great at reading a speech. Listen to him talk off the cuff. Listen to him stumble and bumble through something that isn't scripted for him. Obama is a great actor. He is a horrible politician. But he did say that in 2004. That is correct. And Obama went on, Graham goes on to say, what if Obama was commenting on the present to articulate his vision for the future, as in Obama's transformation of America will result in 2 new Americas, red and blue? No, I don't think so. I understand your question. Obama didn't plan for a divided America. When I say divided, I mean like a civil war, complete split of America. Because I think he thought that the youth would just overwhelm the traditions, that people would be they were so overwhelmed by emotion that they would accept the change before they would realize what that consequence was, what that change would cost them. I think he thought, and I think he still believes, that progressives will just sweep through all of America and take control of everything that's vital. America won't divide because it will be conquered. And I think that's what he was always gearing towards. I don't think Obama was a very, very bad president. Grace Grimm says, you mentioned the Philippines issue last week. I was wondering if there was any more information about it. Yeah, it's just been getting worse. It's continuing to escalate. And again, you hear the news media say, it may escalate, it could escalate. No, it's already happening. We are already seeing the escalation started years ago. See, when Japan said they're going to build their own military, that was the initial action. That was the inciting incident. Everything else then seeing South Korea militarize, then seeing the Philippines demand that the United States put in their military bases, that they were starting to militarize against China, that seeing Australia then decide that they're going to build nuclear submarines. All of that happened after Japan said, we're building the first military since 1945 because we don't trust the Biden-Harris administration to live up to the 1960 Japan-U.S. treaty. That was the inciting incident. Everything else since then has been escalation. Just like what we're seeing in the Middle East. The inciting incident already happened. As an example, October 7th was an inciting incident. They attacked America. They attacked our allies. They took our people and tortured them. That was the inciting incident. That started the war. And it is a war with Israel. People keep forgetting that. This is a war that Israel is fighting. Just like we started a war when 9/11 happened. So this is a war. And the escalation already happened. The Houthis started dropping rockets on Israel, and then they decided to attack the Red Sea. U.S. ships, civilian ships, as well as military ships in the Red Sea. And they have successfully killed Americans and sank American ships and other ships. So that is an escalation. And then Hezbollah attacked United States citizens in Jordan, in Syria. That is an escalation. And then members of Hezbollah tried to get into the United States and got caught because they were planning to bomb New York. That is another escalation. See, the escalations already happened. The news media keeps telling you it might escalate. It already did escalate. They're just not telling you, because if you understood, it's already escalated. If you're paying attention to the news, if you're paying attention to what has been happening, you know, according to international reports, it's already escalated. But that would mean we need to do something. And the fact that Joe Biden, the Biden-Harris administration, the United States government isn't doing anything means it's getting worse. It's like a wound. It's becoming infected. It's becoming rancid. They are the problem. They're not doing something. And again, I hate do something. Doing something effective. They're not doing something efficient. And that's making it worse. And if you knew that, if you understood this in context, as I have just laid it out in context for you, then you might not vote for Joe Biden. You might not vote for Democrats. They might not maintain the power that they have in the United States government at this time. And therefore, the news media says that can't happen. So we won't talk about these things. We'll make you afraid. We'll make you dependent on the elected officials. You have to re-elect the establishment because you don't understand how badly the establishment, that's left and right, have failed you. That's why they won't tell you the consequences. It's why they won't tell you the truth. It's already escalated. We are already in these conflicts. It's just that we're not shooting in every one of these conflicts. But we're already in it. It's already happening. Does that make sense to people? Does anyone not see how I get to this conclusion? Does anyone not understand why I say it's regional wars and not World War III, or that this is the status that we are at this moment? Is there anyone who disagrees or misunderstands that? Because even if I have to, I can show you the sources from internationally credible think tanks that agree with everything I've just said. They just don't agree that it's 3 regional wars, or they don't agree that we're in an active conflict as we speak. They'll say it's in the future. They'll say it's coming down the line. But they agree with every other element of what I have said. Every international think tank agrees. I know. I've been reading their think tank reports. I've been reading their statements across the world. I don't know. But if people disagree with me, fantastic, I'm willing to hear it. Again, I am willing to hear anyone who disagrees. especially any politician. If there is a politician or candidate for any race in local, state, or federal, anywhere in America that disagrees with me, I'm more than willing to give you as much time as you need to explain why I'm wrong. I'm more than happy to have that debate, to have that discussion at any time. I'm not CNN. I'm not the mainstream news media. I'm not going to give you 5 minutes and cut you off. I'm going to give you as long as you need to explain in detail with sources why I am incorrect in my conclusions, because I will provide my sources on why I am right. And I have said this, and people who watch this live stream know I have been saying this for more than a decade. And I get none of these candidates, none of them will refute me. Won't happen. You would think it would be a layup. Anyway, so that being said, well, see, and now I included China and I'm over 2 hours. There you go. The international always takes like 2 hours. I knew there was a reason why I was finishing the international section of the discussion a little bit short. It was under 2 hours. I'm like, there's something I forgot to tell people about. Well, there it was. Thank you, Grace, for reminding me about that. And that's why we got 2 hours. So, by the way, if you've been with me talking about the international politics, talking about what's happening in Haiti, what's happening in Ecuador, what's happening in Iran, with Gaza, what's happening with Southeast Asia and Russia. If you've been here this long, please like, share, subscribe. That's all I ever ask for. Like, share, subscribe. Help me share this with more people. Help me let more Americans and more people around the world become informed about what's happening in the world. The news, the conclusions that the mainstream news media does not want to tell you because they want to maintain power. They want their allies, their ideologues, to maintain power. So they keep leaving out, and then this. I like to always say, and then what? What's the consequence? What's the next thing that's happening? How is this affecting everyone? What is going to happen because of what we see today and what we have seen in the past? They don't want you to remember. The mainstream news media wants you to forget everything within 3 months so that you are never aware enough of how you got to this position and how it's going to affect you going forward. You have to trust whoever they're promoting as the answer, the leadership. No, you're smarter than this. I know my audience is smarter than this, and I know my audience is far, far bigger. Every time that we slip through the algorithms, thousands, if not tens of thousands, react to the things that we're talking about. Every single time. And almost every single time, it is overwhelmingly positive and in agreement. Every time we slip through the algorithms, every time when we see the algorithms and compare them from YouTube to TikTok to Rumble to Facebook, every time we do that comparison, we always see when we slip through the algorithm, thousands, if not tens of thousands, are just like you watching this show right now and having the same reaction you're having right now. So help me reach those people. Like, share, subscribe. Let's not slip through the algorithm. Let's break it. Help me reach those people. Like, share, subscribe. And if you've got an extra $1.50 each month, join my Patreon. I know I don't do enough for my Patreon viewers, but I focus on doing this all the time, but it's $1.50. $1.50 a month, and I provide about 30 hours, maybe more, of content every month. Far better than when you're giving, $17, $18, $25 to Disney to be able to be entertained by Echo? Are you serious? The Marvels? Really? You're giving money over to Netflix to get, what was that, Damsel? Really? Is that why you're paying them $20 a month? You can give me $1.50. I think you'll be more entertained. But that's on me. Anyway, that being said, let's move on. Hey, I got to promote myself. Obviously, YouTube's not going to promote me. You're not going to see Facebook or Google. They're not going to support me. They're not ever going to let you promote me, so I got to do it myself. It's all right. Let's talk about the domestic. So we've been talking about the international. I'm sure people all around the world have some kind of comment about what I've been, or most likely agreement in what I've been talking about, and where America is hurting the rest of the world, and that in fact also hurts America because we have a lack of strong leadership. We have a lack of strong oversight and planning for the future. So let's look at what's going on here domestically. Probably one of the first things that we can talk about, everyone was freaking out about, oh my God, there was a rare 4.8 magnitude earthquake. Now, first of all, a 4.8 isn't that big a deal. I've lived in California. I've been through many, many earthquakes, including the Northridge earthquake. I was just outside the epicenter of the Northridge earthquake. So I know what a 7 feels like. I really know how that feels. I understand how that can be absolutely terrifying. There is magnitudes. We're talking about exponential differences between a 4 and a 7. Magnitudes, exponentially different. At 4.8, you're essentially watching paintings fall off the walls. Pretty much. It's not really dangerous. It's unsettling. I can understand that. It would be unsettling. The first earthquake I ever went through rattled me a bit. It wasn't a big deal. I mean, it was like a 3 or 4, somewhere in there. It was a little unrattling. It was a rolling. There's 2 types of earthquakes. There's the rolling earthquakes, and then there's the slam earthquakes. And they're very different. You know the difference when you feel it. But this was the earthquake in the Northeast here, centered in New Jersey. Yeah, it was a rolling earthquake. Not that big a deal. If you've never had one before, you'll stop and go, what was that? But a lot of people didn't, because it wasn't that big a deal. And by the time that earthquake, I'm here in the Bronx, not that far from the epicenter, and it was barely moving the paintings on the wall. We barely noticed it. My dog woke up and just looked at me and was like, what's going on? I was unfazed completely. Did not bother me at all. The thing that was more troubling was everyone saying, oh my God, 4.8. Everyone's typing in, oh my God, Mike, it's 4.8, 4.8. Are you okay? 4.8 isn't that big a deal. No one in California contacted me. Not one person in California said, hey Mike, it was a 4.8. Are you okay? I know a bunch of people in California. I lived there. Lived there for years. Nobody I knew from California saw a 4.8 in New York. Oh, well, no big deal. They knew. Not a big deal. Nothing to really worry about. Very unlikely that anyone was hurt. But it was good enough, this news was good enough to terrify everyone and make them ignore things like this. Because the earthquake came out, and the earthquake happened on April 5th. That was Friday. Earlier this week, YouTube said that they have a responsibility to manipulate the algorithms, to silence people, to protect the 2024 election, and that they are going to enforce this more and more as we get closer to November and the election. They are so desperate to make sure that Joe Biden and Democrats win, they are going to manipulate the algorithms. It is their right. And notice, the responsibility to manipulate the algorithms, to force their political ideology onto you, is the same thing that this week Disney's Bob Iger said to you. Again, that Disney Plus, the Marvels, that they're going to shove the Echo TV show down your throat over and over and over again. They're going to give you the Acolyte and its political propaganda messaging over and over. It is their responsibility because they are progressive, because they have a progressive socialist ideology, and you have to accept it. Whether or not you want it, whether or not you agree with it, they are going to force it upon you, which means it's not very good. If this socialist progressive ideology was so great, if being woke was such a good thing, why would they wouldn't need to to force it on us. They'd be making money hand over fist in terms of the entertainment. They'd have people cheering them on in all the other forms of media and social media. People would be welcoming them. Instead, everyone's fighting against them. Maybe that's because they're wrong, that they have the wrong ideology, that it isn't good, and everyone's rejecting it because we can understand and see how poisonous it actually is. And the world is seeing that. And the world is seeing the difference between here's the political ideology and here's the rest of the American people. They're not connected. They have nothing to do with each other. This is a political organization, a political movement trying to usurp the United States and the U.S. people. Big, big difference between these two extremes. And so everyone who says, but Mike, you're just thinking that. This is coming from YouTube itself. Google has already made this statement earlier this year. We showed it to you earlier this year when Google came out and said that they were going to increase the amount of censorship because they were shoving down your throat approved media sources, authoritative news. I've been doing this for 18 years. I am a recognized member of the press. I interview members of Congress and national vice presidential candidates. I'm a legit member of the press. Whether you like that or not is a separate question altogether. But I am a member of the press, and they're saying, but you're not authoritative enough. We don't like the news coverage you do. You're far too Republican or libertarian, some people would say. You're too much of that. You need to be more like CNN or MSNBC. You have to be more progressive. Why? Why do I have to be more progressive? Why do I have to lean left to be considered acceptable when that's not what the news is about? That's not what political commentary is about. That's not what journalism is about. That's what propaganda does. We're going to silence you unless you agree. That's propaganda, manipulating algorithms to make sure you don't get a choice. That's propaganda. That's evil. That's coercion. Because they know that if you were given the choice, you wouldn't buy into the crap they're trying to sell. The crap they're trying to force down your throat, you would not accept it if you had a choice. So they have to manipulate the algorithms to push their garbage, their propaganda on you. Otherwise, you wouldn't do it. And that's a good thing. That you wouldn't do it, that they failed. But we have to be honest. And so that's why there was so much of an emphasis this week on the aftershock than talking about the impact on everyone's social media platforms. And I think that's pretty telling. That's why a lot of people haven't heard about John Fetterman. John Fetterman lost his mind before he got elected. That's a fact. And a lot of people, I'm going to get to the comments in 1 second, but John Fetterman, it is a fact, lost his mind before he got elected. In fact, that's why he did get elected in 2020, because he lost his mind. That is a medical fact. It's not me picking on him. It's a medical fact. He had a stroke. He is mentally impaired. That is a fact. And I have said before he got elected in 2019, and I have said since he has been elected, that he is mentally impaired and should not be in office. I have not changed my opinion. But I am impressed that after he had to go into a hospital for depression, after he had to take time away for his medical issues, as he has tried to improve, and he's basically reached as good as he's going to get, that's the medical diagnosis, he's about as healed as he's going to be for the most part. As time has gone on, he has revealed a personality that is not progressive, that is not woke, that is absolutely the opposite of what he got elected for. He ran on the fact that he was a progressive. He ran on the fact that he was woke. He ran as a deep purple, deep blue progressive. And now, hell no. It's not just that we're seeing it in Twitter. Here it is. We have the interview. It's an exclusive interview with Senator John Fetterman. That was yesterday. And what is Fetterman saying? Squatters have no rights. Oh my God, the left is losing their mind. He said, I'm not woke. He ran on being woke. He is rejecting the woke agenda. He's rejecting the progressives, and he is pushing back on that. He's pushed back against illegal immigration. It doesn't make sense. He's pushing back against all of these leftist ideas. Police at funerals. Here's one I loved. This is John Fetterman saying, I have gone to police funerals. If the individual who killed the policeman is convicted, then they should spend the rest of their life in prison and never have the opportunity to get out. So much for bail reform, so much for criminal justice reform. He's throwing it all out. The progressives are losing their minds, and they will not talk about it. They do not want to hype this. They do not want you to know. He is rarely trending. All they say is, we hate John Fetterman, and they want to see him. They're just not supporting him. They're trying to do anything they can to cover him up. In fact, they're going so far as they are... What? What? You're kidding me. She deleted it. Yesterday, I was covering Christina Khalil, Khalil. And I was covering her comments about climate change, that an earthquake is connected to the climate change. She got 2.6 million views, everyone laughing their ass off because she has no idea what she's talking about. And she was running as a Green Party candidate for the United States Senate. And yesterday, I had her link up. In fact, I can show it to you. I can show you that the link is still here. This is the link. She deleted either the comment or the entire page. She just wiped it out because she was so embarrassed because she had no idea what she was talking about. Because there is no connection between the clouds and the earth in the sense that earthquakes somehow affect climate change and climate change affects earthquakes. Where's your proof? Where's your evidence? She had none. No connection whatsoever. She didn't know what she was talking about. I mean, it's one thing to say something that is absolutely outrageous, and there's another thing to say, well, here's the proof. Here's the reason why I think that. I mean, if she could even point to something that kind of connected the two, that would be one thing. But she didn't. And it didn't matter because she was only being used by the Green Party. She was being used by the far left news media as a distraction. She was being pumped out there and being embarrassed massively, the Green Party being embarrassed so that people didn't have to talk about John Fetterman. So they would talk about the earthquake instead of what's happening in the South China Sea, so that people would not think about Haiti and the Americans that are being abandoned. That's what she was being used. And now she finally got wise, finally got embarrassed and said, I gotta get rid of it. She was finally, after 2.6 million people laughed in her face, she finally got rid of it. And again, the link's right up on the screen so you can see it. I'll have it in there. So it's either she's blocking me, which isn't what they said. Twitter saying the page doesn't exist. She deleted it. That's not transparency. By the way, Christina Khalil, Khalil, Don't know how she pronounces it. The Green Party, my message to the Green Party. Deleting something that is embarrassing is not transparency. Some of us remember what you said and what you promote. It is better for you to say, I am wrong. It's better to say, I learned better and I have a better position today than yesterday. To say that I was mistaken, you can be forgiven for all of those things. You can be understood for learning and having a different opinion. But to the Green Party, just deleting your mistakes is not transparency, and that's even worse. You know you were wrong, and you won't even admit it. You're just running away from it, and you're hoping people didn't hear about it or they forgot. No, I didn't forget. I did hear about it, and I laughed at you yesterday on my birthday, and I'm laughing at you today, now that you have removed the evidence from the public. Oh God, that's so bad of the Green Party. You guys are so mindless. No wonder you have Jasmine Sherman, a Nergalite, running for as a candidate for the presidency for your party. It is not a surprise to me when you do things like this. This is embarrassing, Green Party. You guys suck. Oh my God, it is so horrible. You understand nothing about transparency. And if you're willing to do this, to delete your information, to allow your candidates to run around and make absurd statements, and then when they're called out, try to hide from it, none of your candidates should ever be elected. If that's your policy as a party, if that's what you believe, the answer to mistakes is just ignore the mistake. Oh my God, Green Party, no one should have thought of voting for them in the first place, but now this is evidence to say absolutely not. I cannot see justification or reason why anyone should vote for the Green Party if they advocate that their candidates should just delete the mistakes rather than admit they were wrong and move forward, or try and educate themselves and their party members and their followers and say, no, here's the better answer. We've learned something. Here's how we move forward. Oh my God, you, the Green Party, are useless. I don't know. Maybe, and if there's anyone in the Green Party, Jasmine Sherman, Jill Stein, if you guys want to say, oh, Mike, you just don't get it, let's have the conversation. I've just showed the evidence. Yesterday, April 6th, on my birthday, 12-hour live stream, I went through a whole rant, a whole thing going off on your candidate, the candidate for the U.S. Senate in New Jersey. I went through the whole thing on their tweet, and now you've gotten rid of it. If you think I'm wrong, let's have the conversation. More than happy to have the conversation. Let me go back to some of the comments. Where are the comments? So where did we leave off? My God, everyone's got a lot of comments here. That's good. Let me catch up, though. Future, Grace. Yeah, we left off with Grace Grimm. Grace Grimm continues. Yeah, folks in Binghamton, Owego, and Ithaca tried to claim that they felt the earthquake. If anything went through here, I slept through it all. Most people did. Most people remember the earthquake after the fact, not during. But some people did feel it. And again, it depends on where you were. If you were in the taller the building, the more you would have noticed the sway. So there is that. So taller buildings would probably have noticed it a little bit more than people on the ground floor. People who are walking around outside really didn't notice it. I understand the closer you get to the epicenter, the more likely you're going to notice it, and it would have been stronger. But even again, at a 4.8, it's not significant. It really isn't. Wasn't worth all the news and hype that we've seen since, and it isn't unusual for the Northeast to get earthquakes. 4.8 is a little bit higher than normal, but again, it's not significant, and that's why no one even noticed all the aftershocks. There were plenty of aftershocks. There are always aftershocks. The thing that people forget, there was a foreshock. There was an earthquake before the 4.8. No one noticed it. Normally, an earthquake, there's an earthquake before the main earthquake, which is usually about 2 points lower than the main one. So if you get a 7, there was a level 5 earthquake, usually, something like that. before the main earthquake. And then after the main earthquake, there are many mini earthquakes, or what we would call aftershocks, which are usually in the realm of, they're usually like 1, 2, as more time goes on, weaker and weaker and weaker as time goes on. So like when I had the Northridge earthquake, the aftershocks hit every roughly 5 minutes on the 5-minute mark. Every 5 minutes, there was an aftershock. That was roughly about a 5.5, a 6, every 5 minutes. And then after a day of that, then the earthquakes, they started spacing out to about once every 15 minutes on the 15 minutes, once every half hour on the half hour, once every hour on the hour. And they lessened as more time went by, and they were getting weaker and weaker. So they were going from 6s to 5s to 4s to 3s as they were getting less and less frequent. No one even noticed the aftershocks here. No one even knew the aftershocks happened. I think my family, we noticed that there was one aftershock, which was probably about a 3 here in the Bronx. And we weren't even really sure if that was a truck that passed by, because I'm right off of Boston Road. It's US 1. So it could have been a truck, or it could have been an earthquake. Not really sure. It was no big deal. And Grace Grimm goes on to say, anything for attention. Well, pretty much that's what they were looking for, attention. Now, if there's someone who says, Mike, but I was terrified, I understand. The first earthquake you go through can be very disorienting. It's something that's not the way the earth is supposed to move. I can get it. You probably didn't notice it. And you probably, 9 out of 10, if you've been alive for more than 5 years, East Coast or West Coast, you've been through more earthquakes. You just didn't notice the earthquakes before. So, there's something to be said about that. The hype is what people are more afraid of. People are more afraid about this earthquake after the fact than during the fact. People weren't even worried during the earthquake. They freaked out afterwards. When people said, oh, it was an earthquake. Oh my God. It was a 4.8. Oh my God. People weren't freaking out like that during. No one was freaking out. They were like, that's weird. It's amazing. You can tell it's hype because people are more afraid after the fact than during. Doug goes on. And because of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion, is catching so much flack that it looks to be diminishing. It is burrowing in deeper and evolving into bridge. Bridge? What's bridge? I don't know bridge, Dal. Dal goes on to say it's the goal to fundamentally merge diversity, equity, and inclusion into the very DNA of industry in every field. I believe that. We have seen that. I mean, that's what all the HR departments have. They hired all the sensitivity individuals, whether it's a sensitivity reader or someone to check marketing, books, and TV shows and video games. They're in every industry. They've been trying to train people like at Coca-Cola about anti-whiteness. You're not supposed to be white and how to apologize for being white. You remember when Coca-Cola did that? I remember that. That was 2.5 years ago. Coca-Cola was trying to convince people that you should apologize for being white. Stupid idea. First time I heard someone say that to me was back in 2018 in Binghamton. It was a city councilman who told me, yeah, he apologized for being white. I told him he was stupid to his face. So I agree with that. Dow goes on to say, every position, every industry, it will be like having the Chinese Communist Party, the CCP, representative and office in every single business, monitoring everything. I'm not disputing that. I agree with you, Dow. Dow goes on to say, in terms of John Fetterman, his stroke must have been a hard reset for him. His recovery has him talking almost like an American. He has become more and more centrist American, not even right-leaning. John Fetterman isn't a right-leaning person. He's not a Republican. He's not a conservative. But he is more centrist than I have ever heard him be And it's funny because when he talks about Harvard, he's like, Harvard has lost its mind with all this pro-Hamas thing. He's not pro-Hamas at all. And it's kind of funny because that's not the John Fetterman that was running in 2019. That's not the John Fetterman that was running before then. He was a progressive, a very strong progressive who backed up all the progressive ideas. And now, after his stroke, after his recovery, he's in a whole nother world. I tell you, it really did reset his mind, which again, even with that, I will still reiterate, he shouldn't be a senator. He's not functional. Even when I agree with him, I have to say, my position isn't about whether I like or dislike his positions or whether I like or dislike him as an individual. My position is based on he's mentally deficient. That is a medical fact. He shouldn't be senator. But I do like that it is just ironic and funny that the guy, the left, absolutely browbeat me about and said, how dare you? He is mentally as sound as anyone could possibly be. And today, they don't know how to answer. They're like, but I think he might have, his mind might not be working correctly. Well, you're the ones who told me that his mind was as sharp as a tack and that he's absolutely fine. You were yelling at me when I said he should be removed because he's not all there. And now today, they're like, we're not sure if he's mentally okay. We're not sure if he's feeling right. And no, screw you guys. The left said he was perfectly fine. Live with your failure. Live with the results of what you said. It's kind of funny. I just love it. It's ironic. Dow says, Ian McKelvey has the... Oh, does he? Let's see. Oh, there we go. Twitter. Ian McKelvey. Okay. Sorry, Ian McKelvey. Where is it, Ian? Do you have it? Do you have it? Oh, here it is. Here it is. Christina for... If you think you are holding a position where you make... Nope, that's not the one. Where is it? But he does have her. She's been blocking a lot of people. Well, it's her words. Do you see it? Did I pass by it? Okay, I'll check on it later. In case people are wondering what I'm looking at here. This is Ian McKelvey, and he has a couple of the tweets from Christina Amira Cahill, the Green Party candidate for New Jersey, and he's got her quoted a couple times. And so I was looking for her response, but I don't see it, so I'll check for it later. But at least you know it's probably there. Again, I'll include the link after the show in the description so that everyone can look for it themselves. Mary mentions that the left is willing to do almost anything for a distraction, including throwing people like the Green Party under the bus. Well, yes, they will. Roxanne has joined us. Hello, Roxanne. And she says, hey, Mike, miss you. Thank you for the birthday message. I miss you too, Roxanne. And I see what's happening to Broome County. I see what's happening to Binghamton since I've been gone. What's wrong, guys? Somebody should have stood up and taken my place. Why is there no one in the Republican Party that will stand up and speak? Yes, I am familiar with the fact that in Broome County, in Binghamton, the Binghamton City Council, the Democratic Party picked the Republican they wanted for city council. The Republicans let the Democrats pick the person on the city council. This was a guy, Koski, who got his job because he apparently is friends with the Democrats and made a $90 donation to the Democratic Party to get on the city council. That's what it appears to be. And the Republican Party in Broome County said, that's okay. You guys are losers. What is wrong with these people? It is truly embarrassing. Truly. So I feel for you, Roxanne. Get out of there as fast as you can. Get out fast. Oh, I found it. Here it is. This is Christina Amira Cahill. I experienced my first earthquake in New Jersey. We never get earthquakes. The climate crisis is real. No connection whatsoever. She's out of her mind. This is a distraction. The post was deleted. There you go. They pulled. This is the Green Party. They pulled their mistake. At the time, there was 9:13 a.m. and it already had 1.9 million views. By the time I was talking about it, it had 2.6. They got rid of it because they were embarrassed. The Green Party is a bunch of losers. No transparency, no honesty. You guys should, no wonder you lose every election, and you should. Yep, I saw it. I got it out of the DMs. Thank you, Dow. Thank you very much for that. And if there's anyone in the Green Party, again, if Christina Kalil wants to say, oh, but you don't understand. If the Green Party would like to tell me, Mike, but you don't understand, fantastic. Please come get in touch with me. Please call in 929-715-8569. Please explain why you believe transparency means deleting the post and hiding it from people. Please explain that to me. If you think you can explain that, I am more than happy to hear how transparency equals deleting the mistake and ignoring that it ever happened. Please tell me. Tell me and other voters why we should ever trust the Green Party when you support the concept of delete it and hide from it and never speak about it again. That's what we should be electing. People who believe in that concept. No wonder you have Jasmine Sherman as one of your presidential candidates. Oh my God, you guys are losers in the Green Party. Just what I'm saying. User has been banned says, New Jersey had an earthquake like 7 years ago. Actually, it was sooner than that. But yes, there was one also in 2011. Yes. So, again, she's old enough. She's been through an earthquake before. She just didn't know it. And it had nothing to do with climate change. She's an idiot. Just absolutely an idiot. Anyway, let's move on. As much fun as it is talking about the Green Party and the fact they're idiots, as interesting as it is to talk about John Fetterman and the fact that the left are losing their minds, so they're looking for anything that can distract the public from the fact that John Fetterman is becoming more and more centrist as he goes on, and he's just rejecting the policies of the far left, of the Democrats and progressives every day, it seems like. It's just funny. They are embarrassed and losing their minds. Okay. Oh, I should have put this in on the international part. But even with all those mistakes, even with all those distractions, we can't forget that it is Joe Biden's Department of State. This is Antony Blinken. Antony Blinken is trying to escalate the three regional wars. He is trying to make it worse. Russia is fighting the Ukraine. France wants United States troops to be fighting in Ukraine against Russia for France. They don't want to send the French troops in. They don't want European troops in. They want American troops to fight Russia for the best interest of Europe. That's what they want. That's what they have said. That's what Emmanuel Macron said. And here's Antony Blinken saying Ukraine needs to join and will join NATO. Now, look, as much as I understand, the Ukraine, I would love to see them win versus Russia. I really would. Because I think Putin is absolutely horrendous. Anyone who was part of the KGB at the height of the Soviet Union, they're bad people. I've met some of these former KGB people before. I lived in Russia. I saw what the KGB did before they disbanded. I understand. In the FSB, they're not much better. I get it. Putin is a hard-line former communist who has a lot of communist ideas. He wants to rebuild the great glory of the Prussian Empire. I am terrified of this guy. He's a bad guy. He's not stupid. Let's get that straight. Anyone who tells you he's stupid, they're trying to downplay him. They're trying to discredit him, and that isn't smart. He is a smart individual. We have to take him as being credible and react to him not as a joke, but as a serious threat. Okay? But we know that Putin has said repeatedly for years, since 2013 at least, under the Obama administration, he told America, if Ukraine joins NATO, this will escalate. The war will be on NATO. That he will continue. And he has said he will use nukes against NATO if they get involved in this. He has made it very clear. He has included Belarus in this, saying that we will go all out against Europe and NATO and the United States if they allow Ukraine into NATO. Now, you don't have to like Russia or be on Russia's side to say this is a problem. We have to think this through. There are consequences here. Lots of them. Big ones. And no matter how many John Fetterman quotes are made, no matter how much I want to laugh at the Green Party, no matter how much we see earthquakes as a distraction, we cannot turn away from the fact that the United States government guaranteeing that Ukraine will become a part of NATO is an escalation of the conflict, and that it will result in a war with U.S. troops on the ground. We cannot escape that. We have to address it. I don't care that it was said by Marjorie Taylor Greene. That is immaterial. Doesn't matter that that's who I saw the quote from. The words of Antony Blinken is the words of Antony Blinken. That's the important part. That is from the United States government. That is the United States government making it clear that they are going to escalate the European war. Because we know the stakes. They've made it clear. There is no question about what happens the day that Ukraine joins NATO. It is absolutely crystal clear. We know that this is the Biden administration escalating it. Now, not only do I not want Ukraine in NATO because it instantly escalates the conflict and it means U.S. troops will be fighting in the Ukraine on the ground for a war that has nothing to do with us. Not only is it a problem there, but also the Ukrainian government isn't good. It's corrupt. Let's be honest. I know it's so bad to say the truth. And I know so many people on the internet are like, oh my God, but you have to love the Ukraine. Look, I know lots of Ukrainians. I went to college with Ukrainians. I lived in Moscow with Ukrainians. I worked with Ukrainians. I know many Ukrainians. There are lots of good people who are Ukrainian or Russian, and Slavic overall. Fantastic. That doesn't change the government. The government of the Ukraine is corrupt as hell and always has been. And we don't need that kind of corruption in NATO. It's not good for anyone. It is not stable. It is a bad influence, and it will cause war. So there's a lot of reasons why Ukraine shouldn't be in NATO. They're corrupt, and that'll escalate to a possibly nuclear, but definitely U.S. war. Yeah, they don't need to be in NATO. But here goes Biden. By the way, were you told that on MSNBC? Did you hear that by ABC News? Did you hear the mainstream media saying that the United States is going to guarantee and help Ukraine become part of NATO? Did you hear that? Did you hear the left try and excuse or detail and discuss the immediate consequences of this happening that are inescapable? Inescapable. You probably didn't. Instead, you probably heard about an earthquake that's 4.8 that didn't affect anyone. That really isn't a big deal. I'm pretty sure that's what you heard about instead. Matter of fact, let's go into the things that you probably have not heard about domestically. What else did you not hear about this week? This week alone, 2 days ago. Puberty blockers may not be reversible and could raise children's risk of fertility problems and even cancer. Who said that? The Mayo Clinic. I didn't say it. I am quoting the Mayo Clinic. I am quoting the Daily Mail, international news media. We're talking about this. So I want you to understand, experts found mild to severe sex gland atrophy. Oh, your glands, they go away. There is no pause. GenSpec campaigners warn of irreversible harm to the fertility of patients. You're going to sterilize children, and they will become sterile adults. This came out April 5th. Mayo Clinic experts, the Mayo Clinic, internationally reputable source, say that puberty blockers can lead to withering testicles, fertility problems, and even cancer among trans kids who take them, these puberty blockers, in the latest study. That's not a pause. That's not your body hitting the pause button and you can reverse that. You can't pick back up from withered testicles and cancer. There is no unpause button on that. You don't get to go back to 15. You can't become 20 and say, well, I'm going to unpause that and go back to 15 and go through puberty. It doesn't happen. It is a lie that has been told to you by the left to justify the equity system that they have created and to put you at the bottom of the chain. This is evil. They lied to you. It's evil. The Mayo Clinic is saying that. The Mayo, not me. I don't have a medical degree. I'm not a doctor. I'm not a scientist. I can read and I can read the results. Study after study, we keep getting the same answers, that this isn't in the best interest of children, that we are harming children over and over again. Hang on a second, folks. Oh, I thought someone was calling in. Nope, they're not. So over and over again, we are harming children, irreversibly harming children, denying them the ability to live a full life and denying them the ability to procreate, which is an important aspect of human life. I don't care what you want to procreate with, you can't do it if you can't procreate. And that's what we're seeing over and over again. And so we are being shown that all of the left, all of the hype is a lie. It's incorrect. You're supposed to believe the science, and the science is telling you over and over and over again that this is irreversible and it is detrimental. In fact, here's another study which I was covering earlier in the week, the development of gender non-contentedness during adolescence and early adulthood. When they say adolescence, they mean 11-year-olds. When they say early adulthood, they mean 26-year-olds. A 15-year study. And I know this one really got on people's nerves when I put this forward. That the study that found that there were the results of a 15-year study following kids from age 11 to age 26, every 2 years, going through the same study over and over again, asking the kids about whether or not they feel like they're trans. They came up with 3 things. 78% saying that they were perfectly fine, binary individuals. Then there was another 19%. They were kind of sort of okay with being binary individuals. And then there was 2%. This is the one that's important. 2% of 2,700 individuals tested over 15 years, 2% said, oh, I'm trans. 2%. We're talking about That's what? Less than 20 people? Less than 20 people in the study. Okay. And gee, here's the amazing part. And this is the part that pissed people off. This is the part that the left really got angry with me about. They lost their minds. The study says individuals with an increasing gender non-contentedness, individuals who are saying they think they're trans, more often were female, and both an increasing and decreasing trajectory were associated with, so they're women, and lower global self-worth, they're insecure, they have a bad self-image, more behavioral and emotional problems, they have mental issues, and a non-heterosexual sexual orientation. They were bi or gay. This is the study itself. 2%, they tend to be women with mental or emotional issues that are bi and gay. Those are the people, and part of the reason why some of the people, or at least part of the women, identified more and more like they were trans is because power. They wanted to be able to do what men do. They were sad that they didn't have the power that men had. And so they wanted to be men because they think they would have more power if they were a man. And I'm sorry, that's not the nature of the world. That's not exactly how the world is working out, especially as we see the left gain more and more power as things become more and more progressive and socialist. But it just makes me amazed. We're seeing study after study. That study came out this week. This study came out yesterday, 2 days ago. But you're not hearing about that in CNBC. You're not seeing that in the news. The left absolutely does not want you to realize that all of these gender-affirming care states, all of these states that forced parents to give their kids these medications, these puberty blockers, to try and affirm this 11-year-old's idea of whatever they thought, these 8 and 9-year-old children, that they have harmed them, and to avoid being sued and to make these parents think, no, you still need to vote Democrat because we were right. They won't tell them this is dangerous. The Mayo Clinic report, and literally this is the report. This is the Springer link. This is the Developmental Gender Non-Contentedness report. This is the actual report published on February 27th of 2024. It took an entire month and a half before people could find out this even existed. That's how well they hid this. They didn't tell anyone about this. This got so suppressed, no one knew the results that were out for a month on a 15-year study because it didn't say that trans is real. They didn't say, or predominant, let me be more accurate, that it isn't predominant, and the people who do have it tend to have issues, lots of issues. And that's why the left didn't want to talk about it. And it's a fact that since the Mayo Clinic, the left doesn't want to talk about the fact that we know it is not a pause, it is a full stop. You are going to infertilize or defertilize, what's the word, infertile, defertile, the children with these puberty blockers. This isn't an experiment. It's not something you can just try it out and see how it feels. You are going to do lifelong damage. It just amazes me. It's so sad to see this. And people are not informed. The mainstream news media is so busy trying to protect the progressives, trying to protect the 2024 election, that they would rather see children be made infertile by pushing a lie that is not in their best interest, to continue a fad that has been pushed by Hollywood and social media to make kids think that the way they'll feel good about themselves is by mutilating their bodies and by taking these drugs that will never fix the underlying problem. I'm not telling you that there is no such thing as trans. I'm telling you that the majority of people who think they are today aren't. There's a big difference between those two statements. I've met people who are trans, and I've met people who think they're trans. And I've seen what happens to those individuals and how they have been damaged by these puberty blockers, how they have been damaged by these surgeries, and they regret what they have done severely. You know, I'll take the slings and arrows for being the one to say it out loud. I'm more than happy to take the slings and arrows and have the left go, but you're just an ist and a phobe. And I'm an ist and a phobe protecting children. Look, if you're 18 and above, you're a grown adult, and you want to chop off your bits, you want to take these pills and these drugs and destroy your metabolism, change your hormones, wreck your body, fantastic, go for it. That's your choice. I won't tell you not to do it. That's up to you. And if you think that's right for you, fantastic. And about 0.5% of the entire population of the United States might be the right idea for you. Again, for about 0.5% of the entire population of the United States, maybe it's the right decision for them. And then for the overwhelming 99.999.5% of the population, it's not. It's not the right decision. And they should not be forced into puberty blockers. They should not be forced into transitory ideas just because the girls are upset that they are going through puberty and they can't climb trees like boys can. I'm sorry. That doesn't mean that they're trans. It just means the girls want to climb the trees like the boys, but their breasts are in the way. I mean, that's just life. Okay, so Dow says, this is great. No, this isn't great news this is bad news for Pfizer. It's bad news for the pharmaceutical companies. They were making a killing off of puberty blockers. But then again, you're right. Now that we have had a generation of kids who have been subjected, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of kids who have suffered through these medical treatments, and they're going to need lifelong medication to deal with depression. Yeah, that could be good for the pharmaceutical companies, making all of the antipsychosis drugs, because these kids are going to grow up into adults, and they are going to be pissed off when they find out they're infertile and that their parts, whether they're old parts or new parts, no longer work. They're not going to be happy. Again, 0.045% of all the population of the United States probably will be perfectly fine with this. And everyone else, not so much. Suicide rates are going to go skyrocketing. It's just a fact. Suicide's great. As we get older, as you see, 20 years, within 5 years, literally within 5 years, you're going to see the suicide numbers skyrocket. It's a sad thing. I'm not happy about it. I'm not. I'm upset. Grace Grimm says, it's the same with all countries. We don't assume every citizen agrees with what their government is doing. That's true. Sometimes it's as simple as they were born there and that's their home to them. Very true. And again, I don't pick on Ukrainians, the people. I'm not picking on Russians, the people. I'm picking on their governments. When I speak about the United States, when I speak about China, when I speak about Iran, or if I'm talking about other countries, I'm talking about their governments. I would hope that most people who watch this program understand the difference of, I'm not talking about the people, I'm talking about the governments. The people, any individual, might be good, might be bad, I don't really know. But I can talk to you about the governments that they elect or are subject to, and we can talk about that, and that's what I am talking about. Do I think everyone in North Korea believes in Kim Jong-un and his idea of whatever the hell it is that he's thinking? No, I think no one thinks that, but he's the guy in charge. So we deal with North Korea because he's the guy in charge, not because the rest of the people really are nice people. I'm sorry, I can't treat that nation better because the people are great, but the leader's bad. But the leader happens to be in charge of the military, and he's firing off ICBMs every other month. I'm sorry, there's a problem here. So I do understand and appreciate what you're saying there, Grace. I really do. All right. let's move on a little bit. 3 hours. Damn, I'm tired. Normally, I'm not tired right about now. I'm tired now. It's because yesterday I was talking for 12 hours straight. Okay. So, again, at any point, if you've been here for 3 hours with me and we've gone through the international and domestic issues, and I'm sure there is news that we have covered so far that you have not seen in the mainstream news media, that issues have been discussed in a way you have never heard before, because no one else in the mainstream news media wants to be honest in the conversation. They don't want you to understand the conclusions or the qualifications. They don't want you to go through this because you might not vote Democrat, and you must. So they won't have this conversation with you. So if you made it 3 hours through this, do me a favor. Give me a like, a share. Most of all, subscribe. Whether you're watching me on YouTube or Facebook or Rumble, if you're watching this wherever, maybe DLive or Twitter, please do me a favor. Just give me a like and a share, especially on Rumble. Give me a subscribe. It really makes the difference. It helps us reach more people, and letting more people know. Well, think about it. If we let more people know what's going on right now, imagine if this channel had all the algorithms that we know YouTube is breaking the algorithms. They are absolutely restricting this because it protects the 2024 election. They've already said so. We know this. This week they announced that. So we know that they are going to restrict the number of people who get to find out that there is a report, 15-year study saying, no, your kid probably isn't trans. We know that the Mayo Clinic is saying, no, you probably shouldn't inject your prepubescent children with puberty blockers because it will destroy their lives forever. Gender affirming care cannot be blind and absolute. Parents need to say no. Parents need to say, wait until you're an adult. Make sure. Get through puberty first. Then maybe we'll have this conversation. Not, oh, you said you're a frog? Well, that means we got to give you injections tomorrow. No, no, no. That is evil. And it is only possible, only through you guys giving us a like, a share, and a subscribe, and subscribing to break the algorithms to let us reach other people, the people who will never see this news because it's coming from the Daily Mail. News that's the actual news report and the actual studies. They'll never see this because MSNBC will never tell you this. Because CBS will not be honest with you. Because they're more concerned about how you vote in November than protecting your kids. They will not be honest and have this conversation with you. And the only way we can reach them is this. Like, share, subscribe. Can't make it more simple than that. But of course, if you can, and if you want to, you can also join my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. $1.50 a month. It's up to you. If you can, I know it's a bad economy, but if you can do it, it helps. It really does. I wanted to talk, we're going to talk a little bit RFK. And I know RFK right now is having a rough time. MSNBC hates RFK. The Democrats are trying everything. See, the day that RFK said he was going to be an independent because the DNC, the Democrats, would not give him a shot at the presidency. They wouldn't let him debate Joe Biden. They wouldn't let him go into polls against Joe Biden. They had the whole thing rigged. Joe Biden was going to win no matter what. They knew that. They guaranteed it. They told us this months ago that nope, it's going to be Joe Biden and no one gets to talk about anyone else. Marianne Williamson, who, what, who cares? Gone. There was no opposition, and they made sure of it. So RFK said, no, the American people should have a choice. Democrats should have a choice because, no, Joe Biden isn't beloved. I know they keep saying that, but he's not. Because leave out that every single poll, every poll over the last 2 years have said Democrats don't want Joe Biden. They'll vote for him if they have to because they're going to vote D straight down the line. But if they don't have to vote for Biden, they won't. They will pick someone else if they've got a choice. Anyone who's really reasonable, they would rather have than Joe Biden or Kamala Harris. They don't want them. That's why there are rumors still floating around in the news media, in social media, saying that, nope, they're going to replace Joe Biden at some point, either because of the 25th Amendment or because he's suddenly going to become ill. Everybody's heard these rumors. They might replace him with Michelle Obama, even though she says she wouldn't do it. Or it might be Gavin Newsom out of California, and he wants the job. Or some other Democrat. We have all heard these rumors. They will not go away because Democrats don't, the rank and file Democrats don't want Biden. They don't want Kamala. It's a fact. And so the mainstream media said, when RFK said, I'm going to become an independent then, to try and give those very same Democrats that don't want Joe Biden, all 60% of them, I'm going to give them an option. I'm going to present, RFK said he's going to present himself and say, here's another option. And the left media said blackout. News media blackout. RFK doesn't exist. Search engines on him don't work. His speaking engagements, yeah, we will not let that go through social media. He was blacked out. This man was eight-balled harder than being a communist in the 1950s. It's amazing. And yet, RFK was still pulling 12, 13% month after month, poll after poll, and the left couldn't do anything about it. So they finally decided, now that they've got all the numbers in for Biden, and he's confirmed that he's got all of the primaries he needed to guarantee that, like anyone thought there wasn't going to happen. Now that they've got that, they've gone and switched into the next mode, which is not just protect Joe Biden, but attack anyone who isn't Joe Biden. Now, obviously, they've been doing that to Donald Trump all day long, every day, for 7 years now. But they also are doing it to RFK Jr., because RFK Jr. is a threat to Democrats. There it is. When we look at real clear politics, if we look at all of the polls going back months upon months, now this is just going back to March, but if you notice, yes, I know Trump wins in every single case, virtually every single case. There's one where he loses by 2 and one where he's tied with Biden. But other than that, overwhelmingly, the trend is Trump wins by at least a point, about 2 points on average. And Biden loses almost every single time. But we're seeing that Kennedy, RFK Jr., is pulling, now he's pulling about 11%, but he previously was averaging somewhere closer to 15. So his true market is somewhere around 12. He's got a reach of about 12%. All he needs is 3 states. They don't even have to be swing states. He just needs to win 3 states, 12 electoral votes, and Joe Biden can't win. It's not that he's going to lose because of Trump winning. Trump won't win either. If Kennedy or whomever the libertarian candidate might be, if they were to pull collectively 20%, if they were to win 3 states, get 12 electoral votes, which is very, very easy to do, then Trump, Biden, they can't win. They have to go and make a coalition government. They have to negotiate. And I believe RFK knows that, and he's trying to do just that. He just wants to win 3 states. And I think the Libertarian candidate knows that. And they're looking to win just 3 states. And if combined they are able to do that, Joe Biden, Trump cannot win. Cannot win. Because all they need is 12 electoral votes. And suddenly RFK has power. And so that's why you're seeing MSNBC freak out. They hate RFK because he could win 3 states. And that means Joe Biden can't win. And if Joe Biden doesn't win, RFK is probably willing to make a deal with Trump, not Joe Biden, and that means Trump wins. So they have to disgrace RFK. It's not that he has to lose. They have to disgrace him. They have to destroy him. They have to bend the rules, bend the truth, any and everywhere they can to make sure that RFK Jr. can't get 3 states. That's their job right now. And MSNBC is more than happy to do so. As they were doing on April 6th, yesterday, my birthday, they came out and they're like, oh, RFK, and he's lying about January 6th. Oh my God, he just doesn't understand. He's not smart enough to be president. He doesn't understand the dangers to the United States. You can't vote for him. He's a bad guy. Vote for Joe Biden instead. That is the entire summary of this article and several others by MSNBC. They just can't stand RFK. Has nothing to do with RFK. RFK has lots of problems on his own. Okay? RFK has lots of problems. But here's yet another. You'll never guess what RFK says. Well, yeah, it's kind of stupid. There's a different context to it. But some of the things that he said a while ago, out of context, don't make a whole lot of sense. And he has made some outrageous claims. You know, that polluted water makes kids trans. No, not really. That's not true. And China and U.S. are developing bioweapons, ethnic bioweapons, targeting people who are Hispanic, people who are black, people who are white. I don't think so. There's no evidence of that. No one else in the world is targeting that. No other news media, no other leader of the world is saying that. I don't think that's true. Wi-Fi causes cancer. Maybe. Might be true. Not sure. No one's really done a long-term study on that. Could be true. It's kind of like with 5G. No one's sure. Might cause brain cancer. Not sure. No one's done a study. We're not confirmed on that. It is possible. But all of these things, they're like, oh my God, well, that means that he must be a Nazi. So is Nicole Shanahan. These guys are evil. You can't vote for them. Vote for Joe Biden. That's the whole thing. They're evil. They're bad. You have to vote for Joe Biden. And in particular, they want you to do straight ticket voting. Here's something most people have not heard about. It exists in a couple of states. This is sick. This is stupid. This is how they turn you into a robot. You hit one button, and every vote you have goes for, if you're a Democrat, it's Democrat straight down the line. Republican straight down the line. Libertarian straight down the line. You no longer pick and choose candidates. You no longer get to write in a candidate. Nope. Now you just pick the party. You don't even know who's the candidate and what race they're in. You have no clue whatsoever. That's local races, that's state races, that's federal races. You just vote party line. You become a monkey, a machine. You're a robot or a zombie. You are useless. You just press the button and walk away, and the party gets to choose everything after that. That's called straight ticket voting. It's called straight party voting. It is evil. And I do know that it already exists. 10% of every party, 10% of libertarians, 10% of Republicans, 10% of Democrats vote straight down their line, their party. It already happens, and it is evil, it is wrong, it is bad. People, and when I say that, let me clarify. When I say that, it's because people vote straight down the line without knowing who's actually in the race, without having judged and made a decision. They've never heard of the people who are in the race. They don't know any of the positions the people have. They don't know who's what's the difference between any of the candidates? They're just going by, is that a D? Yeah, okay, I vote D. That's it. They are literally the people that Nancy Pelosi was talking about when she said about Alexandria Ocasio's district, the New York 14th district, and she said the people in Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez's district would vote for a glass of water if it was a Democrat on the ballot. And that is true. That is absolutely true. And this makes it possible. Straight ticket voting or straight party voting is the reality of that. And that's how they want people to vote for Joe Biden. And they're terrified of RFK because you can't do straight ticket voting with RFK. He's an independent. You can't do that with libertarians. They're not running candidates in every single race. So you have to pay attention, and they do not want you to pay attention. They do not want you to know the details. Again, everything we've been talking about, they do not want you to think about the consequences of any of these policies. They just want you to say, Orange man bad, Biden good, vote D straight down the line. Hit the button, walk away, you zombie. It is just terrifying to me. It really is. Let me check on the comments again. And again, folks, you can always call in to 929-715-8569. I'm always happy to hear your voices. Let me check here. Nope, we're up to date with all the comments. Oh my God, I'm up to date with all the comments. I'm never up to date with the comments. Okay, that's good. So that's good. 3.5 hours. All right. I'm a little tired. Yesterday, for those who don't know who are catching up, yesterday was my birthday. I'm 56. I'm sure you want to look as good as me. When you're 56, you want to look as good as this. Okay? But yesterday was my birthday. I was up 12 hours. Yes, 12 hours straight live stream. You can check it out. It's on Rumble. It's on YouTube. You can see it for yourself on Twitter. And you can watch that whole thing for yourself if you want. And so that's why I'm tired today. And that's why I seem a little bit off. Because it was just a long, long day. But I did get to show off some different backgrounds. That's the space one. This is me doing AI art, which I thought was pretty good. That's also AI art that I created as a background. It's kind of cool. But that being said, so I'm a little tired, a little distracted. This is the reason why. But it was a good birthday. I got to spend it with great people. You, my audience. So here's another reason why they don't want you to think about any of this. They want you distracted. Because all these things, by the way, let me also mention, this all affects, if the United States suddenly stops with the gender-affirming care, so does Europe. So does the rest of the world. If the United States points out and highlights in the news what we are seeing that the rest of the world is talking about, they are talking about it. They're talking about it in the United Kingdom. They're saying, don't do this to your kids. They're showing you the evidence in the United Kingdom to protect kids. Why can't the United States do that for our own kids? Really? Seriously, it's important. But going on, talking about the U.S. and the election and our economy, which is probably the number one issue. The number 1 and 2 issue on people's minds today is the economy and immigration. Now, Democrats want to change that and change it so that the number 1 and 2 issues are going to be abortion and racism. That's what they need to win. And if you see in the first week, if you see in October that everyone in America is talking about racism and abortion, Joe Biden will win. But if in October everyone in America is talking about the economy and or talking about immigration, Joe Biden's going to lose in a landslide. Democrats will lose in a landslide. So they want to change the conversation. But it's kind of hard to change the conversation when you find out that 371 stores that provide the public, especially low-income people, the people that Democrats target and count on to vote for them, their low-income customers in 371 locations just lost their store. That the economy, the Bidenomics that they have been told is so good, is so wonderful. Thank God it's not Trump, because now you got Bidenomics, and 371 of the 99-cent stores, the Dollar Generals, the Dollar Tree are all closing. And you, the low-income voter who needed these stores to provide you with certain goods, to provide you with products, food, various knickknacks that you needed, yeah, they're gone. You just get nothing. There is nothing to replace them. There isn't a new 99-cent store. They can't afford that. It's not a new $5 store to replace them with low-income items that are essential but low cost. No, there's no one to replace it. You get nothing because the economy sucks. Bidenomics destroyed 371 businesses that you need in your community. By the way, vote Democrat. Just so you know, but you got to vote Democrat. We're talking about 14,000 Americans. 14,000 Americans are going to lose their jobs in California, Arizona, Nevada, Texas, and other locations across America. Dollar Tree, Dollar Store, 99-cent stores, they're closing across America. Thousands of Americans are becoming unemployed. Do you think the unemployment rate is going up in the next year or down? Oh, Democrats say it went down. Unemployment's going down because people are working part-time because they don't have full-time jobs. That's a fact. That's in the numbers. I showed it to you last week. We know unemployment rate is actually pretty steady. It's higher and it's targeted. It's expected to go higher yet. Unemployment is coming down the road. Whoever is president in 2025 is going to deal with higher unemployment. It is impossible not to because we're in a recession. They have been lying to you. We've been in a recession since August of 2022 when they changed the definition of the words recession. We have been in a recession. We're continuing to be in a recession. In 2025, we'll still be in a recession, regardless of who's president. And unemployment is going to go higher and higher. Just letting you know. Because dollar stores, the economy, too expensive. Cannot have dollar stores. Doesn't work. And 14,000 people are about to get fired. Bidenomics. This is how Bidenomics helps you. By the way, vote Democrat. Because Democrats are great. Trump, bad. Trump economy, horrendous. You were worse off under the Trump economy. 14,000 people, Bidenomics getting fired. There you go. Just letting you know. No pause. This isn't like the lockdowns. It's not that these people are going to stop working for a while, get a check from the government, and then come back. No, they are out of work forever. They may get unemployment for a couple of months, and then they're out of work until they can find another job, if they can find another job, if they don't have to work 2 part-time jobs. If Bidenomics, it's working for you, vote Democrat. Just saying. Just saying. And you know what? This is coming from NPR. Oh my God, how right-leaning the NPR is. Oh my God, it must be just Republican conservative politics. Listen to it. You are just a raving Republican conservative. How dare you quote NPR, the left, and point out that Bidenomics, according to Joe Biden, is responsible for the economy and helping you right now. This is why so many people are working as 14,000 Americans get fired. Because of Bidenomics. Because the economy is bad. Because we're in a recession that they won't call a recession. And I'm the bad guy Because I'm telling you, I'm sharing this with you. I don't know how many people didn't know until now, because there's a lot of people across America didn't know. Yeah, your dollar store, your Dollar Tree, your 99-cent stores, they're closing. They're closing. It's kind of sad, folks. It really is. That's the economy. That's the economy you get from progressives who think they can just print money forever and there is no consequence. Doesn't matter. They can print money all day long and it doesn't matter. No one's going to care. It's all okay. Except it's not. But, they don't care. It's just like the same leftists that love Bidenomics. They're all rich, by the way. They're almost all politicians. They love Bidenomics. But those are the same people who believe that illegal open borders are good. In the meantime, gun-toting Bronx migrant squatters, open borders, these are illegal aliens that entered New York State, that entered the United States, went into New York, took over a person's home. These are the very people that John Fetterman was upset with. They came in, they took over someone's home, and they started to sell drugs and guns, terrorizing their neighborhood. The police knew about it. They got arrested, and the judge let them out. They were in custody. They got eventually, they were arrested, even in a sanctuary city, in a sanctuary state. Even in the Bronx, they finally arrested the illegal aliens for breaking and entering into America, breaking and entering into someone's home, selling drugs illegally to kids, selling guns illegally to anyone in New York, threatening people's lives, trying to kill people. They did all of this, and this Venezuelan gang, after threatening people's lives, all of these crimes, they were released. Because bail reform, criminal justice reform, yeah. This is the news. This happened on April 4th. It didn't hit national news. This wasn't national news. It was local news. Because if you're in California, if you're in Illinois, if you're somewhere else in America, you have to vote Democrat. Why would we tell you that the open border policies have been endangering people's lives, that these gangs and these criminals are coming in, taking over people's property, endangering the lives of their kids, threatening individuals, breaking law after law after law? Why would you need to know that when you need to vote Democrat in 2024? So it's not national news. That's not important. Open borders, best thing that could ever happen. Vote Democrat. Please remember that. Okay. All right, folks. We've been going for 3.5 hours. So what I am going to do, I need to take a quick break. My puppy, the 13-year-old ever so popular Khan, my 13-year-old puppy, he's a wonderful dog. People see him on here every so often. He needs to go outside, and I love my puppy, so I go outside. He gets to go outside when he needs to go. So I need to figure out, I need something I can, give me a second, folks. I'm just trying to find something that's going to give us a quick break for a little while so that I can cover this and, first minute, switch. So that'll give me a chance to walk him and then come back to everybody else. How about... Oh, no, that's too short. It's 26 minutes. Need something like 45 minutes. Give me a second. Bear with me, folks. Bear with me. I know. I'm looking. And I have like several thousand articles So sometimes it's a little tricky to figure out which one. Here we go. Okay. So this is a little bit older. This is from 2018. Yes, I've been doing this for 18 years. I have videos going back well over a decade covering every issue you can think of. And we've been talking a little bit about the First Amendment. Well, I was invited to SUNY Broome, and I was speaking at that college about the First Amendment. And so I have a little coverage on that. So I'm going to play that guy for you guys, and then I will be back in just a little bit. And then we'll pick up with the conversation from there. So let me play this for you, and I'll talk to you very shortly. Got to the age where I need to use the glasses. So before I get started, how is everybody?
Very good. What?
All right. And I thank every single one of you for coming out with me today to go over this. I think it'll be interesting for people, both who are here and who see it later on the internet. And before I even say anything about that, let me first start off with, tomorrow's 9/11. And so while this doesn't directly touch on 9/11 and the loss that we had, that I think all of us in the nation felt, and I know I was down in New York City at the time and lost a couple of friends as well. I think it's very important to mention that this is part of why we're free. When we think about 9/11, we got to remember the reason why we were attacked is because we're a free nation that gives us great power. And there are some in the world that are fearful of that. They fear having free speech, to be able to talk openly like we do, like I'm about to do here today. And when I think of 9/11 and I think in context of this is what it's about. To be able to speak freely, even when others would like to silence that speech. And so, in some small way, this is touching on that if we cannot protect our freedom of speech, it's the same thing as 9/11 happening all over again to all of us in this nation, all at once. That's just something to think about as I go through this, and with 9/11 being so close. I just wanted to throw that in. But first and foremost, I want to thank everyone here for joining me today because, well, as I'm sure everyone here may know, my name is Michael Vasquez, the Vas, because if you look me up, I come up under that as well. And I especially want to note and express my gratitude to the SUNY Broome Republican Club and SUNY Broome itself for inviting me here today. Though I do need to mention that the thoughts I'm going to be expressing are my own and do not necessarily represent any of the other organizations or this institution. I should share with you that in my 5,000 hours of articles, videos, podcasts, and speeches that I've done over the last 12 years, there is no subject that is more difficult to address than the First Amendment. And I've written and rewritten this speech, by the way, about 7 times so far, as news and events add to the topicality of this subject and how much it's in the public mind. And that's the problem. The problem is that this issue is one of the most debated in our nation. It's very personal to many people, and in many ways it's subjective. Now, because of that, for tens of millions, it's very emotional. And when you add emotion to any discussion or any debate, logic and true discourse is normally lost. Now, while I can't avoid this being personal to some extent, I will strive to not be emotional in my discussion. And I hope that you'll be able to join me in that endeavor. In addition, this is not meant to be political, but by the nature of the topic and its influence on the internet, social media, and American lives, it will contain politics. The difference is not subtle. Therefore, let me state that no matter what examples I may use, and at the end of the day, I support citizens voting for whatever they believe in, no matter what it is that you believe. Now, I was going to have a PowerPoint, and I apologize, the system is not compatible, we weren't able to do that. But I think you'll be able to follow me fine. Finally, before I go deeper into this discussion, this speech and the Q&A that will happen afterwards will contain material and terms that some are going to find objectionable. Some will find parts of this non-politically correct. And if we're to have an honest and open conversation, then we must understand that compelled speech is unwelcome. And the potential to be offended is part of the double-edged sword that is freedom. And this may be the perfect time, by the way, to introduce one of the key parts of the discussion. What is free speech? It's not a simple question, and it's been long debated in our nation. By no means do we have, or I will present, the final answer. But let me share both what it means to me and how it's been defined by our nation. I am essentially what's called an absolutist. By that I mean that not only am I an originalist in understanding the Constitution, I hold to the thought that all speech, excluding the speech which would harm others or is demonstrably false, as stated in Schneck versus United States in 1919, that it should all be allowed. My personal understanding of the First Amendment in regard to free speech and how it's to be applied is that, quote, free speech is not to protect the language that is liked, but there to protect the language that is not liked. Because one day, my speech or yours will be language that will be attacked. But what actually is the definition of this free speech clause? The First Amendment says, quote, Congress shall make no law respecting an establishment of religion or prohibiting the free exercise thereof, or abridging the freedom of speech or of the press, or the right of the people to peaceably to assemble and to petition the government for a redress of grievances, end quote. Currently, the widely seen and often promoted view is that categorical speech is the meaning of free speech clause. By that I mean that speech is labeled, and the label is either deemed free or restricted. Thus, categories of speech like religion and race and ethnicity can be restricted. Commonly, this is the effect of society, but not directly law. It's a subset, or rather its subset, is politically correct speech, and more generally, prioritized speech. The growing movement, directly from this PC movement, not only assigns the degree of freedom to a label, but also a priority to it. That would be the compelled speech. An issue that is not new, and it's taken on a new life in the United States with the promotion of the transgendered rights movement and the similar debate in Canada as argued by Jordan Peterson, and recently in the Supreme Court case of National Institute of Family and Life Associates versus Becerra. All of this was considered in 1972, though, as Justice Thurgood Marshall issued the majority opinion of the Supreme Court in ruling on the Police Department of Chicago versus Mosley. Quote, the First Amendment means that government has no power to restrict expression because its message, its ideas, its subject matter, or its content. I would add that the 1977 decision in Woolley versus Maynard, as delivered by Chief Justice Berger, quote, however, where the state's interest is to disseminate an ideology, no matter how acceptable to some, such interest cannot outweigh an individual's First Amendment right to avoid becoming the courier for such message, end quote. Which brings me back to the 2018 decision of Nilfa versus Becerra, and the opinion of Justice Kennedy in that case. Quote, "This law is paradigmatic, it's a tough word, an example of a serious threat presented when government seeks to impose its own message in the place of individual speech, thought, and expression. This compels individuals to contradict their most deeply held beliefs grounded in basic philosophical, ethical, or religious precepts, or all of those." End quote. It's a little deep. Now I'm going to address the compelled speech more deeply, shortly, more fully. But it should be noted that in current society, in discussion of free speech, we expect that the very same restrictions placed on government are to be applied to private business. If the government cannot compel individuals to promote a specific ideology, then a private business should not do this. This is the main argument made by all sides to Facebook, and Twitter, and YouTube, and social media in general. To be honest, the public understanding is false. No private company is compelled by law to ensure freedom of speech. It is accepted in business practice with limitations, though. They do accept that freedom of speech idea. As an example, I own a small media company business. This includes a blog, a podcast, and the use of various social media to further promote and expand the reach of my company. The public can comment on the distribution that I provide, but such commentary is not unlimited. Restrictions on vulgarity, obscenity, invoking or advocating violence, discrimination are all prohibited. In addition, excessive attacks of a personal nature are restricted, if not outright banned. Now you may say, but Michael, you're an absolutist. And that would be a fair objection to me. Except that my personal rights are not my corporation's obligation. By the necessary function of business, restriction is of course required. Where in a personal interaction between us, it's not. Not just to adhere to an actual law, but also to adhere to cultural norms and expectations. So would this be considered censorship? In an absolute understanding, yes. It is, or is it, compelled speech? No. Is it a violation of free speech? No. But let's talk about censorship. Well, that's defined as, quote, the actions or practices of censors, especially censorial control, exercised repressively. And that's by Merriam-Webster. They also go to define censor as, quote, a person who supervises conduct and morals, such as an official who examines materials such as publications or films for objectionable matter, end quote. The key to understanding this question is a question of repressive action to delete, restrict, and or block speech. Censorship is not repressive by a business when it's to comply with law and or social norms and expectations and or does not prioritize commentary. Social media, with its emphasis on current giants in the industry to include Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, Snapchat, and all the others, are repressive in censorship that they engage in. Social media at this time has been consistent in de facto compelled speech and discrimination via deletion, restriction, and prioritization of speech used on their platforms. And that may be the first time anyone's actually addressed that. Here are a few examples of why I say this. On passage of H.R. 1865, it's a congressional bill, in March of 2018, and it's a law that applies legal penalties, it applies legal penalties, even retroactively, to internet platforms that may have user content that unknowingly promoted or contains sex trafficking. Per Electronic Frontier Foundation, they state, quote, "It's easy to see the impact that this ramp up in liability will have on online speech. Facing the risk of ruinous litigation, online platforms will have little choice but to become much more restrictive in what sorts of discussion and what sorts of users they allow, censoring innocent people in the process." Again, we're censoring innocent people retroactively. There was part of the discussion between Senator Ted Cruz and Facebook creator and owner Mark Zuckerberg at a senatorial hearing in April of 2018, as another example. And, quote, Senator Cruz says, in May of 2016, Gizmodo reported that Facebook had purposefully and routinely suppressed conservative stories from trending news. Facebook blocked Trump supporters Diamond and Silk and their page with 1.2 million Facebook followers after determining their content and brand were, quote, unsafe to the community, end quote. To a great many Americans, that appears to be a pervasive pattern of political bias. Do you agree with that assessment? Mark Zuckerberg responds, quote, "First, I understand that the concern is coming from because Facebook and the technology industry are located in Silicon Valley, which is an extremely left-leaning place. I think it's a fair concern that people would at least wonder about," end quote. His response is really interesting. And it's also very telling. But it goes even further. On May 7th of 2017, a coalition of organizations concerned with transparency and censorship on the internet, including the ACLU of Northern California, the Center for Democracy and Technology, New America's Open Technology Institute, again the aforementioned EFF, and a group of academic experts created what was called the Santa Clara Principles. And I don't know if a lot of people know what that is. But in that, it states, quote, "In the aftermath of violent protests in Charlottesville and elsewhere, social media platforms have faced increasing calls to police content, shut down more accounts, and delete more posts. But in their quest to remove perceived hate speech, they have all too often wrongly removed perfectly legal and valuable speech. Paradoxically, marginalized groups have been especially hard hit by this increased policing, hurting their ability to use social media to publicize violence and oppression in their communities. And the process used by such tech companies are tremendously opaque. When speech is being censored by secret algorithms without meaningful explanation, due process, or disclosure, no one wins," end quote. That's a very timely statement, I think, especially in recent news. But I want to bring it right up to date, because in another senatorial hearing on September 5th of 2018, just 5 days ago, part of a conversation between Senator Kamala Harris and Facebook COO Sheryl Sandberg on the active prioritization of censorship on Facebook, which is active and permissive. Quote, Senator Harris says on June 28th, she said, on June 28th of 2017, ProPublica report found that in Facebook's training materials, they instructed reviewers to delete hate speech targeting white men but not against black children, because black children are not a protected class. Do you know anything about that? Can you talk to me more about that? Ms. Sandberg, the COO of Facebook, said in reply, quote, "I do. And what that was I think, a bad policy. That's been changed. But it was saying that black children, it was saying that children, it was saying that different groups weren't looked at in the same way, and we fixed it." I want to backtrack there. They prioritized the speech, and the deletion of speech, and the repression of speech. But they fixed it. Now I can go on. The controversy of Facebook restricting publications of the Declaration of Independence and defining it as hate speech. The controversy of Alex Jones being restricted and deleted from multiple social media platforms, even as Hamas and Antifa, and by the way, Antifa has over 50 pages active right now on Facebook, and that's only because I stopped counting. They're all untouched. The Prager University lawsuit against Google and YouTube, where the U.S. District Court found that censorship for a private business was allowed as the private company is not a state sponsor of the First Amendment. Now that's really landmark. Quote, thus, contrary to plaintiff Prager University position, Marsh, another a prior holding, does not compel the conclusion that the defendant Google are state actors and must comport with the requirements of the First Amendment when regulating access to videos on YouTube, unlike the private corporation in Marsh. Defendants who do not own all the property and control all aspects and municipal functions of an entire town. Far from it, defendants merely regulate content that is uploaded on a video sharing website that they created as part of a private enterprise. Now, that's a lot of legal jargon, so let me take a second just to break that. Essentially what they're saying is, because YouTube doesn't own the content, freedom of speech doesn't exist for that company. That's essentially what it breaks down to. That is the simplest way to say that. If you're a private company and you can say, hey, put your content here. You don't have to follow the free speech. You can censor anything you want. That's a bit troubling, because that's not what's being told to us, is it? And I do want to pause for a moment to look at what this means. The free speech clause under which almost any review states that speech is protected unless under extreme circumstances applies only against the government restrictions and those that directly assume the responsibility of the government. Private businesses is generally not included in that category, and thus we're allowed to censor speech, as I was just mentioning, unless directly prohibited by law in any manner that they wish. While it is the impression of the public that private companies that profess to provide their platforms, specifically on the internet, for active free speech and free expression of that speech, an opinion that these private companies promote and market and make billions, if not tens of billions of dollars on for these services, in practice and function, this is never the case. Therefore, we see that in function, adherence to categorization of speech, with an emphasis on politically correct prioritization, is the actual definition of free speech on social media. This is almost a definition of how to chill the free speech of American citizens. How many Americans have been disenfranchised by the seemingly arbitrary removal of Alex Jones? or the restriction of the Declaration of Independence, or the labeling of diamond and silk as unsafe for the community. An act that was which was final and unappealable until the public outcry forced Facebook to reverse their position. Or what about the 600,000 people admitted on September 9th in 2018 that were chilled and restricted because of an algorithm created by Twitter, as admitted by CEO Jack Dorsey when he was speaking on August 19th. And he did admit on August 19th, in addition, that Twitter is a left-leaning company, yet he claims that there's no bias. Now, he admits that Twitter blocked, restricted, and reduced, marginalized 600,000 of their users, including members of Congress trying to speak to their constituents. But yet, even though they're a left-leaning company, even though they're a private company, don't worry, they're not restricting anyone's speech. There's no bias in that. They did also mention, Twitter had mentioned, that this algorithm is an error. They did it by accident. And it's been corrected since that time. Do we notice a pattern? They keep making these errors. And they fix it once everyone catches it. And this has led many, including Forbes magazine, to conclude in part, quote, Silicon Valley companies, when confronted with questions of how they decide what is permissible speech online, simply remain silent and wait for the story to pass, rather than take the opportunity to provide their users with more detail on how the online world they call home works, end quote. Let me mention another personal example. On Facebook, I have a page, and created, entitled, Thus Political Commentary. This page is directly a social media expansion on the news media division of my company, registered in New York State and recognized. Now, prior to the Senate hearing by Mr. Zuckerberg, that page had never experienced a blockage on any of the material that I may have promoted for that, none of the content. Though it had, like my personal page on time, experienced substantive delays in any post appearing or even comments appearing on there from time to time. Okay. Now, after the hearing with Mr. Zuckerberg, that same page was denied the ability to promote any article, regardless of the content, even after submitting to their request from Facebook to provide proof of my company's existence. And that happened twice. The only reason provided each time, repeatedly, and in block quote, was an attribution by no less than 3 separate censors saying exactly the same thing, was that this was political content and was restricted from my page. A political page from a political organization, news commentary, is restricted to provide political content. In September, without notification, this restriction was apparently removed by Facebook, as I have promoted one post since that time. But in my time from May to September, potentially tens of thousands of citizens, voters, and individuals that we reach regularly, they were denied the knowledge of exclusive interviews with Republicans and Democrats, elected officials on substantive law and legislation that is affecting their ability and their lives every day. in addition to any other content I may put on. Now, I must admit that since no notice was provided in noting the change in Facebook, their censor's position was never notified on this restriction by declaring the recognized political page and company. They never admitted any change. And so I didn't try to use the paid promotions out of frustration with the services of Facebook. And that frustration is the chilling of the free speech that I have and that my company promotes. That's an example of how one business chills tens of thousands of Americans' free speech, expression, knowledge, and communication. Sadly, my experience is not singular. I know of several organizations that have encountered the same or similar kinds of actions. And in some cases, were worse treatment by Facebook and other social media sources as well. I'm aware of an organization that have had their content blocked, just as it was with me. And they were denied promotion even after 4 or 5 attempts to provide Facebook with all of the details that they had requested. In every case, these affected organizations and individuals each time were right-leaning, although I will say that this may happen to other organizations and other types of groups or individuals. I've just never heard of such a thing happening, nor has Mark Zuckerberg when he was asked that exact same question by Senator Ted Cruz. Now this brings me to compelled speech, which is a very tricky subject. I contend that compelled speech is a consequence of restricted speech and censorship. Because to compel, first, other speech must be restricted, must be denied. And if we understand it in this manner, then an absence of choice is a compulsion. And speech cannot be free if there is no choice in what is going to be said. I will look at the decision of Janus versus American Foundation of State Employees in 2018, the Janus decision. This is a well-publicized case, you may have heard about it, where it was decided that to compel members and non-union members to pay for the exercise of speech they did not want and or rejected was unconstitutional. Quote, forcing free and independent individuals to endorse ideas they find objectionable is always demeaning. And for this reason, one of our landmark free speech cases said that a law commanding involuntary affirmation.
No Soundbites Allowed is a podcast hosted by Michael Vass. The podcast focuses on providing in-depth discussions on various political and social issues. As the title suggests, the aim is to go beyond quick sound bites and explore topics in greater detail. Michael Vass, the host, engages with guests to analyze and discuss current events, policies, and political ideologies. The live stream and videos cover a wide range of subjects, including politics, economics, social issues, and more. By delving into longer, more comprehensive conversations, No Soundbites Allowed aims to provide listeners with a deeper understanding of the complexities surrounding contemporary issues. AI is listening. Shouldn't you know what AI knows? Aren't you tired of being treated like a child by major media parrots and want to be respected as an adult? There is nothing to lose and a lot to potentially gain, so check out No Soundbites Allowed on all major social media platforms.
All right, everybody. Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed. I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon. I'm the political dragon here in our offices in the Bronx. Again, this is April 7th, and it's about 6:45. I'm happy to be here with you. I thank you for spending time with me, especially if this is the first time you're with us. So you were just listening to me back in 2018 talking about the First Amendment, talking about social media. I think it's kind of interesting how we are seeing the differences between there and now. And I know when I'm reading my speeches, not as good as when I'm just talking individually, just speaking with you directly. But I enjoy it. And I'm so happy to see so many people stayed during the break and are still here with us. I appreciate each and every one of you. I should have mentioned how long we would be gone, about half an hour. But had to take care of my puppy, and I was in a little bit of a rush to get out. But let's keep going. We've been going for about 3.5, 4 hours now. And by the way, any of the videos that you see, especially when you see the breaks and I take that time, you can always go back to, it's on YouTube, it's on Rumble, goes back about, 15 years or something like that, of all the videos that we have done over the years, speeches that I have made to colleges and to various groups, as well as interviews I've done, and every subject that I've covered, which covers all the politics of the last at least 40 years. You can always go into Rumble or into YouTube and check that out. I invite you to, and I look forward to seeing your comments. Now, going forward today, we were just speaking about, and we left off, and we were talking about gun control. We were talking about gun control. We were talking about you being safe, about the promises we hear from the left, the enticement they try to provide to you so that you will vote in a specific way. This is all about that re-election, the 2024 election, about maintaining power. Because you were promised, as an example, here in New York, and this is true also in California, Illinois, Maryland, in many of the Democratic strongholds, you were promised that if you just gave up a little bit more of your freedom, you would be safe. Remember, it was last month, March, where Governor Kathy Hochul decided that you would be safe as long as all she had to do, activate the National Guard, put them in the subway system, and you would be safe. Don't worry, you have nothing to fear. She lied to you. She lied to you. She told you she cared about your safety, and that was the biggest issue for her. Well, when she isn't telling you that climate change is the biggest issue, kind of like Joe Biden. And what we found out is that's not true, because open borders is a reality. New York State is a sanctuary state. New York City is a sanctuary city. And as much as they promised us that you would be safe, don't worry, they're on top of it. This is a good thing. It is good for you to have an open state, and that they are a sanctuary city, which means they are violating the United States federal law. They are breaking the law. They're picking and choosing which laws they want to enforce. And you should be happy. You should vote Democrat because it's good for you. It is good to have open borders. Let in all the refugees. Let in all the illegal aliens, because no one's an illegal alien. They're all welcome. Well, what about this case? See, they don't bring up and ask you to remember they activated the National Guard because you're in danger. They have been, you're in danger here in the city. We have gun-toting, they're not migrants, they're illegal aliens. Squatting. Remember, it was just a week ago that we had an illegal alien from Venezuela telling us, please, more illegal aliens, come into America, go into people's homes, their private property, and take over that property. Use it for yourself. That's right, steal from Americans. Even though you broke the law, break the law again, as you get a check from the sanctuary cities for $60,000 a year, all paid for by the taxpayers. Remember, this is exactly what John Fetterman was talking about. When John Fetterman said, this is crazy. I have that up here. Where is it? It's, where's John Fetterman? Here it is. John Fetterman. And he was saying about the illegal aliens. Where is it? Squatters have no rights. How can you pretend that this is anything other than just breaking the law? He says, I'm not woke. Because to be woke would say that squatters are good, would agree with the Venezuelan illegal alien that was on TikTok telling everyone, break the law, just break the law because it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter. And it is a problem because just like John Fetterman was saying, guess what? We have gangs that are coming into America because it's an open border, because no one is checking their background, no one is vetting these individuals, no one is checking on it. And they know we know that these 8 Venezuelan illegal aliens came into America, went to New York. Why? Because they knew it was a sanctuary state, that New York, Kathy Hochul, Eric Adams, pick and choose which laws to enforce. Under the name of criminal justice reform, under the name of bail reform, they could commit crime after crime after crime, and New York State would never get rid of them. They would never deport them. They would never send them back home to Venezuela. They could stay in America and they could promote drugs. They could sell guns. They could attack people in the neighborhood. They could take over people's property and they would be fine. And they were. And they were. In fact, they still are. Because there are judges right now, as being reported, that are releasing these criminals. Think about the crimes we're talking about. Breaking and entering, stealing property, selling drugs to children, selling guns, which in New York State, owning guns are virtually illegal, and they're selling illegal guns in New York State, in New York City, which is absolutely illegal. Kathy Hochul's adamant about that, and they're doing all this because, but I'm an illegal alien. I'm here as a newcomer, as Joe Biden likes to now requote it. Notice whenever these policies result in negative things, Democrats come up with brand new terms. Progressives come up with brand new terms to rename the term so you don't attach the negativity to their new idea, which is still the same old idea. They were illegal aliens and then they became undocumented aliens. Well, it's because they have no authorization to be in America. And then they became undocumented migrants. No, they're not a migrant. They're an illegal alien. They're not migrating. They're invading. And then now they're becoming newcomers. Now they're newcomers to America. Well, we didn't ask them to be here. They're still a criminal. I don't care how they got here. I don't care that they've just come here. They just came here and started to commit crime after crime after crime, as these guys have. And judges are letting them back out the door. They're letting them out. Why? Bail reform. Criminal justice reform. They have a little bit more melanin in their skin. They don't have moon tans like some people, and therefore they get to go back out onto the street to threaten the very same people that they were threatening in the first place. To say, don't you dare tell the cops or else we will kill you, because they're going to let us out again. Even if they arrest us again, they will let us back out. Bail reform. And we will come back and we will come after you. And they did. And they did. Again, you don't have to believe me. It's in the news. This is why it's not national news. Why is it only local news? Why are you only hearing about that in New York City? You're not even hearing about this in upstate New York. You should. This should be national news. Why? Because this is about the result of open borders. This is what happens when you don't check. This is what happens when you pick and choose which law that you're going to enforce. You get gangs that go around terrorizing people, destroying our communities, destroying our society, harming our children, and it's perfectly okay because, well, they're a newcomer and they have the right, don't they? No, they don't have the right. And even senators, even Democratic senators in Pennsylvania understand it. Even John Fetterman, with all the brain damage, with all the mental deficiencies that he has, and medically he does have them, even he can recognize that this is criminal, that this should not be allowed in America, that this is a problem. But Kathy Hochul will not close the border. Eric Adams will not close the border. They will not protect residents of the Bronx, of New York City, of New York State. They will not protect you. They will promise that you'll be safe. They'll make the promise because the promise will get them votes. Because you can go to sleep at night. The progressives can go to sleep at night saying, well, I've been promised. I know they're going to do something. They promised it. Oh, wait a minute. You can't see me. Oops. Here I am. Hi. They promised that they're going to protect you. They promised they're going to take care of you. They're not. They're not even trying anymore. They're just trying to lie to you. And the news media is more than happy. You're not seeing this in MSNBC, CNN, the New York Times. They don't want to talk about these stories. They don't want people in Kansas, in Wisconsin, in the swing states. They don't want them to understand that open borders means crime. It means gangs. It means illegal drugs, illegal guns. It means people being threatened and killed. They don't want you to think about that because you might say, well, then I won't vote Democrat. They can't stand that. That's unacceptable to them. You have to vote Democrat. You have to. Because you want to be safe, don't you? But it's their policies that are making you less safe. Over and over again, example after example, they're making you less safe. You are losing your property. You're losing your inflation is going higher and higher. Why? Because we're spending the money on the illegal aliens, on getting them in and out of jail, on giving them hotels to stay in, and giving them money for food and clothing, even as they take all that and said, well, since there's no consequence to breaking any law, every time I break a law, they set me back out. Well, I might as well break another law. Why not? I understand the reasoning from these criminals, why they keep saying to their family, their friends, come on into America. You don't have to follow any law. You're going to get paid no matter what you do, because they're not lying. It's not a lie. It is happening, and it is bad. How hard is this to figure out? And we know that cops think that they are more and more in danger. Yes, this is the one time I'm going to quote Fox News here. This puts our cops in danger. New York PD, the New York Police Department brass, says that Bronx judges releasing gun-wielding migrant squatters, this is a problem. And I know it's only 2 of 8 suspects. Only 2 of the 8 were actually put in jail with bail. Even though they were all 8 were responsible for the crimes that they were committing. Even though the Bronx DA, Darcel Clark, was begging the judge to put them all in jail, to deny them bail, or to put cash bail on them, $150,000. That's what he wanted, which isn't a huge bail. He was asking for $150,000 to hold them in jail because of the crimes, the threat, the danger that they provided to the community. And the judge said no. Judge said, nope, let them out. They have brown skin. They're from a foreign country. Let them out. We can't hold them. Bail reform. People with brown skin, people who aren't American citizens, you got to let them back out. Got to let them go back free. Criminals have to be let on out. Did he actually kill somebody? No. Well, then you got to let him out. Just because he tried to kill someone, that's not a reason to hold them in jail. Let them back out. Just because they're selling drugs to minors and those kids are now going on to OD on fentanyl, on opioids, they're dying from overdoses. Well, that's okay. The kids are getting addicted to drugs. Oh, well, that's okay. These gangs are getting guns that they're using to shoot at each other, as we see in so many malls across America where one group of kids is shooting at another group of kids in a mall. They go, oh, it's a mass shooting. Oh my God, we need red flag laws. That's not the problem. That's not the root of the problem. Maybe if you stop that Venezuelan gang, or whichever gang, from outside of America, if you actually followed the law that already exists and didn't let them in America, or when you caught them, you deported them, actually kicked them out of the country, maybe those kids wouldn't have the illegal guns and the drugs to fight over and to shoot each other. Maybe you would stop the mass shooting that way. Is this such a crazy idea? Am I really that outrageous? I know I'm Republican and conservative. I'm black and Hispanic. Maybe that combination is just too beyond the pale. Maybe the rest of America is going, oh my God, Mike, you are so MAGA. You want to make America great by following the law, that you want people who break the law punished according to the law. Laws that were passed by Democrats and Republicans. How crazy is that? Oh my God, Mike, you are just insane. How could you possibly expect that to happen? This is America, you know. Frustration is not the word. These illegal aliens, these criminals are killing people, civilians and our law enforcement, everyone that gets in their way. And we let them in, and they keep coming because the door is open, because Kathy Hochul, Gavin Newsom, Gretchen Whitmer, Eric Adams, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris don't have the balls to close the border. We don't need to pass a new law. I want people to understand that, because there's a lot of people, I've talked to people of many different types all across the nation, and there's a lot of people who think, well, we need a new law. No, we don't. We don't need a new law. We just need to follow the existing law. The laws are already there. But Mike, I don't know if that's the best law. It's better than having open borders. It's better than having these criminals terrorizing our neighborhoods, destroying the lives of our kids. Follow the law and then write a better law if you don't like the way the law works. But the law was already approved by Democrats, including Nancy Pelosi, including Chuck Schumer, including most of the Democrats that have been in office for the last 40 years. They're the ones who passed this law. Now they're telling you, well, it's a bad law. Then why did you vote for it? Is that not a simple question to ask? Why did you vote for it if you think it's such a terrible law? Why didn't you write a better law? Hey, Joe Biden, you were in the Senate for 40 years. If you didn't like the immigration laws, why didn't you write a better one? Why did you vote for the ones that are in? And by the way, the ones you did vote for are the very ones you're saying you got to get rid of. Just think about this, because these sanctuary cities are not making you safe. All of these promises that you will be safe never happens. Never. Every one of the solutions that they are trying to put in front of you do not work. And you may say, but Mike, that's left leaning, that's right leaning. You're so out of touch. I mean, you're looking at it from the right. Well, forget Fox News. Let's look at the left. Person stabbed at Midtown subway station. Again, let's think about it. In Midtown, you know what's in Midtown right now? Kathy Hochul put the National Guard. The National Guard are in our subway system. They are in Manhattan subways. And people are being stabbed to death. Oh, they didn't get shot though. Oh, well, that's so much better. Someone got stabbed instead of shot. That's so much better. Don't you feel safe now? I bet that person who was stabbed feels so much better that they didn't get shot, but instead they got stabbed, and the National Guard didn't stop them. Searching people's bags illegally, violating the Fourth Amendment. Didn't happen. Somebody walked onto the subway. Think about it. Right now, Kathy Hochul said, well, I'm going to put the National Guard in so that people will illegally look into your bags and deny you access to the subway. Okay, so they did all of that. So we have a military in our subways. We have people being coerced by force to violate their Fourth Amendment rights, and they got nothing in exchange. Nothing. They're not safer. Otherwise, this person would not have been stabbed as reported reported today, April 7th. People wouldn't be stabbed if it was effective. So you can't even say, well, they promised, and look, she did something, not something effective, not something efficient. She did something, and it was nothing. You are not any safer. Someone's still getting stabbed. People still get pushed in front of trains. People still get shot. Women are still dealing with sexual assault on the subway with National Guard there. So she did nothing except give herself a great slogan for her re-election campaign. She helped, with the help of the news media, to try and get people to vote Democrat. Don't you feel safe? I did something. Vote Democrat. Keep us in power. Because if you don't, someone else may change the law. How about this? Someone else will actually follow the law that exists. The problem isn't, you know how many of these problems we can get rid of? Just follow the law. The illegal aliens, arrest them, deport them, stop them from coming into the country. Crime will go down. Is that crazy? Am I out of my mind? Is that too much to ask for? Follow the law. Do not close the border. Crime will go down. There will be less illegal aliens. We know that because we have over 200,000 illegal aliens entering America every month. We have 172 illegal aliens terrorists, known or suspected terrorists, entering America last year alone. The threat to national safety, it only takes one terrorist to commit 9/11. It takes one terrorist to have the Orlando shooting or have the Boulder shooting or the California shootings that we've seen. It only takes one terrorist. All you need to do, close the border. And all you need to do that is follow the law. You don't have to do anything special. You don't have to do anything different than we have ever done before. The law is already there. Is it too much to ask our politicians to just follow the law? Well, if they're a progressive, absolutely too much. If you're in a progressive bluer than blue state, it is absolutely too much to follow the law. No, you have to break the law. You have to change the law. You have to free criminals because some progressive somewhere was offended that a criminal was arrested. Oh my God, that snowflake was melting because someone of color committed a crime and was arrested for it. Oh my God, how terrible. It must be racism. No, it was gun-toting criminals. It's not racism. Where is it? It's not racism when a gang of criminals, regardless of the color of their skin, when they're running around with selling illegal guns, selling illegal drugs, when they are terrorizing neighborhoods and stealing people's property. That's not because they're black or brown or Hispanic or Asian or Christian or Jewish or Muslim. It has nothing to do with any of that. It's because they're a criminal. It's just that simple. They're a criminal. They didn't have to do this. And you know what? We didn't have to leave them in our country. And when we caught them, we should have put them in jail until we could deport them and send them back to Venezuela. Let the Venezuelan government deal with them. They're not our problem. They're not our obligation. We don't have to fix them. We have enough people in America, American citizens, that we have to fix. We have veterans that are living on the street. We can fix them. We have homeless kids. We can fix them. We can fix our kids who are overdosing. Over 100,000 people are dying of fentanyl and opioid overdoses every year. We could fix that. We could fix all of the increase in suicides that have been happening since 2020. We could fix that. That's the obligation for America. These illegal aliens, they're not our obligation. We can throw them in jail or kick them out of the country. Close the border. It is just that simple. I don't know, but maybe I'm just a crazy conservative Republican that happens to be 56 years of age. Maybe. I don't think that's the case. See, we see this over and over again, and AP tells us this too. Like we see here. Oregon governor signs a bill to recriminalize drug possession. Okay, so when you own crack, when you own heroin, it's a crime. It should have always been a crime because there's nothing good about crack. There's nothing good about heroin. There's nothing good about fentanyl. There's nothing good that comes from that, from people who are addicted to these drugs. Nothing good. And they're like, well, if we make it legal, then they'll stop being addicts. No, they won't. No, they won't. Well, no one will become an addict. That didn't stop either. They won't overdose. They did. They still overdosed. That didn't change either. It didn't work. It was a bad idea. It was a stupid idea. It was a stupid experiment. And this is what they call it, an experiment. Why are you experimenting on the public, on the society? When did we sign up to be lab rats? Who in Oregon signed up and said, I want to be a lab rat, run an experiment. Let's see if there will be more or less addicts if you legalize the drugs. I got a great idea. Let's run this experiment and let's see how many people overdose now that we made it open and free to be able to use crack and fentanyl and opioids anywhere they want. They can get high on heroin, no problem. It's absolutely legal. Let's see if they drop dead now. Really? Is that the plan? This is what happens when you have progressive policies. They always fail. And I know what the argument is. The argument is always the same argument when we look at it. You will hear the left and they will turn around and say, well, you didn't spend enough money. You didn't give it enough time. If you gave it more money and more time, it would eventually work. No, it won't. It never does. It never. We throw more money at these stupid ideas than most countries make as GDP. We waste more money than, God, almost anything. There isn't enough money in the world to make legal drugs, to make open borders work. It just isn't possible. But the media isn't honest enough with you. They don't think you can handle the truth. I think you can. And realistically, they know, you know what? People will probably get it. People will probably agree, follow the law. They'll agree, close the border. Don't legalize crack and fentanyl and heroin. It's a bad idea. The public will understand that, and they know that, but that means you're not voting progressive. You're not moving more and more on the Overton window isn't continuing to move left. You're not becoming more and more progressive and socialist. So we can't tell you that. We have to tell you that there's a promise to be safe. You're going to be safe. Just trust them. Just trust them again. Give them one more chance. Just vote Democrat one more time, and we'll throw more of your money at it, even though that's inflationary, even though that's going to make you more and more poor. We'll just throw more money at it, and we'll spend more time wasting our time on these criminals rather than fixing the infrastructure, rather than fixing the roads and the bridges that are falling apart like the Francis Scott Key Bridge. Instead of fixing that, we're just going to help those illegal aliens that should never have been in our country in the first place. We'll just keep wasting money and time on that. But we promised. Don't you feel safe? Because you got a promise, and you got a promise from a governor. You got a promise from a president. You got a promise from a member of Congress. Don't you feel safe? Those criminals must be really scared now because they had Kathy Hochul promise people would be safe. I'm sure the criminals all rethought their lives right that second. Joe Biden said people would be safe. I'm sure all of the terrorists that are trying to enter America started quaking in their boots and rethought their lives because Joe Biden said, you're going to be safe. Oh, you mean that didn't happen? That doesn't work? What a shock. I'm amazed. How is that possible? It just, I don't know, folks. I mean, I just don't know. And I know, Democrats are afraid because what happens when you tell the truth? Well, John Fetterman started telling the truth, and according to Newsweek, the young kids, the youth, 18-year-olds who don't vote in elections anyway, they all said, oh, well, we don't like John Fetterman anymore. He's too much of a centrist. He's not even on the right. You can't honestly say that Senator John Fetterman, is a Republican. He's not. You can't call him a conservative. He's not even close. What you can say is he's a moderate Democrat, maybe. You can say that he's not far left, he's not woke, or at least now he's not woke, now he's not a progressive, now he is. But the kids are going, oh my God, that's too much. That's too much. How far right? He's now MAGA. John Fetterman is now MAGA. He wants to make America great by following the law that already exists. I don't understand these things. I really don't. Let's see. Oh, got a couple comments here. Dow said, bail reform was a huge mistake. It was absolute. It wasn't a mistake. It was a plan. But I get it. Bail reform was a huge mistake, one that even so many state troopers and undercover guys couldn't keep under wraps. Because it was absolutely abhorrent. It would never work. No one who really paid attention to the details thought that this would work. Yet it was voted in because New York State is a single-party state. There's only one party in New York, and that is progressive. It's not Democrat. It's not a libertarian. It's not conservative. It's damn sure not Republican. It's nothing like the people. It is just purely progressive. And Dow goes on to say, it proves it's not about safety. It's about creating chaos. No, let me correct. Dow, it's about preserving power. The chaos is just part of the sales pitch. It's the candy that gets the gold. That's what it is. It's the carrot and the stick. The stick is, you better do it. And, well, no, that's not a good analogy either. Can't think of one at the moment. But basically, the chaos is what gives them the power to get more progressive. How dare you disagree? Because if we're not progressive, then there won't be chaos. You won't need these politicians, and you might vote for someone else. So there has to be chaos. And they will make sure that racism is the number one issue they want to talk about in every election. Abortion is one of the top issues that they want to talk about in every election. New York State, California, Illinois, you can get late-term abortions up to the moment of birth. Why is New York State talking about abortion? Why is it an issue? It's not like anyone, no one, the Republicans, the conservatives, the libertarians, no one is talking about getting rid of abortion in California, New York, Illinois, in the Democratic strongholds. No one is saying that. What's the problem? Why is it their number one issue in all their campaigns? Racism doesn't really exist, at least not in the form that it's been for the last 100, 200 years. We've had black presidents. We have Jamal Bowman is in Congress. We have Hakeem Jeffries. He is the Democratic lead in Congress. We've got women in Congress. So what's the problem? Oh, they want more of their people in. It's about power. It's about power. It's not that, oh, the system is busted. The system isn't theirs. They want to own the system. They want their rules in place, not your rules. They don't care if it works. They just want power. And they want to be in charge. That's what this is about. That's what I truly believe, Dow. And it seems more and more true every day. Dow goes on to say, to justify governmental control, coercing populaces to beg for subjugation. Yeah, that's what they want you to do. Oh, don't you want to feel safe? Vote for me. I promise to make you safe next time. But if you don't vote for me, you won't be safe. Not next time. Next time you won't be safe because I won't be here. Except it never happens. I've said it so many times. We have over 22,000 gun control laws in America. 22,000. That's local, state, and federal. Well over 22,000. They don't work. Gun crime is still gun crime. And it's mostly because of gangs. It has a lot to do with drugs. That's it. But they keep promising, don't worry, we'll pass another law. But the criminals don't care about the law. That's why they're criminals. Criminals don't follow the law. It's the definition of what a criminal is. I'm sure there's some progressive at some college right now that is trying to figure out how to redefine and change the definition of criminal. I guarantee you they're trying to say that black people can't be criminals, just like they like to say that black people can't be racist. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. It is illogical and it is wrong. So Grace Grimm says, I'm curious, is Fetterman up for re-election? Yes. Is that why he's switching up his views now? No, I think it's because of brain damage. I think that he can't continue to lie about what he really thinks the way he used to when he was running for election. That because his brain is damaged, he can't keep the lies in his head. He can't remember what lie he said last time. Because, again, he has a mental deficiency. He had a stroke. It wrecked his brain. And he has enough trouble trying to remember English and to speak the English language. Again, I'm not attacking him on a personal level. That is the description of his medical condition. That is a fact. He has difficulty speaking English, to speak properly, to remember words. That's why he has a computer to help him decipher what people are saying to him and what he is saying to them. It's a mental deficiency. And in that problem, since he has to use so much effort to be able to speak and to respond to people, then he can't waste energy and time trying to remember lies. He can only he's speaking more and more of the truth because he can't afford the energy, the time, or the complexity of making up these lies and keeping them in his head. So he's telling people more and more of the truth. So that's why I think John Fetterman is apparently changing. It's because he can't keep up the lie. He can't compartmentalize all of these things like like Democrats like to do, to compartmentalize and say, oh, well, we're only looking at this part of the picture. You know, illegal immigration, open borders is a good thing, but let's not pay attention to how much money it costs. Let's not look at the crime that's caused by it. Let's not look at any of the other factors, just that open borders is good. He can't remember to not include, oh yeah, and here's the consequence. Here are the negatives that go with it. He can't not mention that. So that's what I think caused his change of mind. That's exactly what I think caused his change of mind. And I am very sure he is up for re-election. Let me double check. Let's see. John Fetterman. I'm looking at Ballotpedia, just so people know. Ballotpedia. He assumed office 2023. No, I'm wrong. I stand corrected. He has a 6-year term. Sorry, I stand corrected. He has a 6-year term. I was thinking Congress, which is 4 years. And every 2 years you have the midterms. So no. He has until 2029. Okay. So I stand corrected there. I misstated that he was up for re-election in 2024. That's not correct. I was thinking a member of Congress. So he has until 2029. So it's not because he's getting reelected. Again, I think it's because he can't continue to lie. His brain doesn't have the ability to lie like it did in the past. Not that he has different feelings per se, but he can't edit the truth like he used to. That's what I think it is. And that's why I think so much of what he's saying isn't Republican, it's just centrist. It's just makes sense for American citizens. So that's what I think is going on with him. Sal the hamster. Hello, Sal. First time that I've seen you on the channel, so thank you for joining us. Sal says, Mike, but without Her Majesty, I assume you mean Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, without Her Majesty's Council of Cannabis Management, how will I know that the guy I've been buying weed from for the past 20 years is safe? Oh, and I live in upstate north of Albany. Well, that's another thing. Again, they legalized, this is another one of the lies. They legalized marijuana if you happen to be one of their big donors. Big pharmaceutical companies, big companies can sell drugs. Small people can't. You're not authorized. You don't have a license. It costs, you have to pay to be able to grow and sell marijuana in New York State. This is how they get their money. Well, this is another cash scheme for their donors. Big companies can afford it. Big companies give the money to Kathy Hochul so they can get this license, and Kathy Hochul gets to run for re-election. As long as she keeps on protecting those big companies, she gets to stay in power. But mind you, these are the same Democrats that say companies are bad. These are the same ones that used to say that pharmaceutical companies are evil, or now the ones that say, oh, but you have to listen and buy these pharmaceutical products, whether it's weed or whether it's in the jab or any other drug. So I get your point, Sal, and I thank you for the comment there, because you're right. How would we know? You know, it's just yet another example of how we are seeing them take advantage of us over and over again. And it's very upsetting. And Sal, I hope that you enjoyed the channel. I hope you've been enjoying everything I've been doing today. I know you're new, and I hope you'll like, share, and subscribe. Help me with the freedom of speech. Help me to be able to have these conversations. And the more people that get to see this, the more we share this and break the algorithms, the more the politicians know that they have to be accountable, that they need to pass better laws, and they need to follow the law. Otherwise, they won't get reelected. We need more. That's why I want more people. Please help me with that. I hope you'll appreciate that, Sal. I hope you'll join us. Grace goes on to say, I also find it odd that weed right now is legal, but menthol cigarettes and vapes are being banned. Well, that's because the cigarette companies don't make as much money as weed does. That's why they legalized it. Because they can get more money from people being addled by marijuana. And on top of that, and I think it was former Governor Jerry Brown of California who said, why does California not legalize marijuana? And he said, because somebody has to run everything. See, that's the negative problem. We have more and more kids, more and more of our youth and more of our kids that are continuously addled by drugs. They're not able to think clearly. And I don't care which drug it is you use. They are psychoactive drugs. It means it works on your mind. It works on your emotions. It changes your perception of reality. And it makes you more moldable, let's say. And it's a negative. It is a net negative. I understand. People have been using marijuana forever, and people say it's fantastic and great, and it's still a psychoactive drug. It still affects you. And we do see more and more people dependent on that. Thus, we see the growth of legal marijuana across this country and more people using marijuana on a regular basis. And it's still taking lives because we're still seeing people lace the marijuana, legal or not, with other drugs like fentanyl. I have a friend of mine who just lost her son, 40 years old, because someone passed him a marijuana, shared some weed with him, and he died because it was laced with fentanyl and no one knew. It's really sad. This isn't helping our society. It is making our society weaker. We have more and more crutches that the government is using so that they can control people. And the argument is, well, if you elect someone else, they will make it illegal, kind of like in Oregon. And now we have to elect new people to make it legal again, to get those drugs again, because people want the drugs. And they want the revenue from government-mandated drugs without considering the impact on the society. And that's a problem. I don't know if I explained that as well as it is in my head right this second, because I'm a little tired. We've been on for, almost 5 hours here. So I'm a little tired, and that's after a weekend. We've done something like 5 hours. So I've done something like 19, 20 hours of live streaming this weekend. So I'm a little tired at this moment. Please bear with me. But I think that made sense. I hope you understand it. The reason why it's not menthol and vapes, cigarettes and vapes, why they're illegal and weed isn't, is again, it's because of the money. It's because of control. So it's just about control. Oh, you want this? You want weed? Fantastic. You have to vote for me or else. That's it. It's just that simple. All right, folks. So we've been on, I know the show's been running for about 5 hours. We've been on for almost all of that. I've been live streaming for something like 20 hours this weekend. So I'm a little tired at the moment. We've covered a lot of stuff today. And I think it's important. I think we made sense all the way through. If I didn't make sense, please tell me in the comments after the live stream, and just type in the comments, Mike, you didn't explain this part well, or maybe you didn't understand this, or maybe you think I got it wrong. No problem. Tell me in the comments. I read all the comments of everything that I do, whether it's on YouTube or Rumble or BitChute or any other platform. I read your comments. I listen to what you have to say, and I do comment back. So please let me know if you think I got it wrong, or I misunderstood, or I didn't know about this bit of news or that bit of news. I always pay attention. I hope that you'll consider like, share, subscribe, so that we can reach more and more people, so we can put more and more pressure on our politicians, left, right, libertarian, any of them, to make them more efficient, to make them more effective, to actually live up to the promises that they have made to us, so that our country will be better. It's not asking for too much. I don't think so. Grace goes on to say, I'm sorry you're tired. Well, it happens. We appreciate your time, and I hope you had a great birthday. Well, my birthday was entirely doing this, a live stream yesterday. And so I had a fantastic time. I enjoyed it. My mom was here. My sisters were here. I got to eat, they brought me some pizza. It was fantastic. I finally got to eat the pizza. It was cold, but it was still good. And I got to spend the time talking with people, having conversations, having people call in. I loved it. It was great. So it was a very good birthday. And I don't mind being tired for telling the truth, for sharing my time with you, and hearing so many good comments, so many good thoughts, having so many people, and having new people like Sal join us as well. Sal, in fact, adds his thought. He says, the weed discourse annoys the hell out of him because it is only extremes that get amplified. It's a substance with positives and negatives. Yes, it does have positive and negatives. And I tend to see more negatives. In my experience in my life, there have been more negatives than positives. I'm not saying that it has no positives whatsoever. It does. That's a fact. And I do not deny facts. There are medicinal uses for it. Absolutely. I will not deny that. I don't deny that. But I also see how it is used recreationally, how it is consistently, and the majority use it not because of its medicinal purposes. They use it as an escape from the problems of the day. They try to use it to get away from the stress of what life is. And that stress and the problems of the day are coming to us because we have bad policies. We have government picking and choosing laws. We have leaders who are more worried about making a promise so they get reelected than resolving the issue itself. Weed is part of the problem because it stops us from getting to the answers to the problem. That's my problem with it. Now, I'm not going to tell you you can't have weed. That's not my job. I personally don't support it. That's on me. You can have a different opinion, Sal. I am perfectly okay with that. I'm not attacking the people who are smoking marijuana per se. I'm attacking the politicians and their policies and the inconsistencies of those policies and the way that they're trying to promote the use of any drug to avoid actually having to do their jobs, to be efficient and effective. That's my problem. I hope I explained that well, Sal. So again, I'm not saying that there's no medicinal use for it, that there is no benefit. There is. It's a fact. I do not deny that fact. That is absolutely true. But I also don't promote it. That's me. And that's okay. We can disagree. There's nothing wrong with disagreeing and having the conversation. It's good to have both sides of the conversation. Absolutely. And I'm happy to hear people say, but Mike, got to also consider the positives. You're right. We do. Graham says, I'm tired from yesterday too. Just listening to and thinking about the news can be exhausting. Without a proper nutrition, I can't think at all. Well, I always recommend people to eat. And, you know, whenever we do take a break, when I go and walk my dog and come right back. Now, when I do it, when I take a break, I don't stop. I walk my dog, I come back, I get right back on. I maybe get an extra cup of coffee, and that's about it. I get a cup of coffee, I walk my dog, and here I am back on with you guys. But I do recommend that if you're watching, we do long-form political commentary. We go into the details. We take the time to hear your answers, to have a conversation, like Sal was saying, okay, but Mike, did you consider this? Well, let's have that conversation. Let's address both sides of the issue to some degree at least. Let's delve into these issues and understand the consequences that we see. Let's do that. And when we do that, it takes time. So I recommend whenever I have those little breaks, go and get yourself a cup of coffee. For people who've never seen the channel and you're seeing it for the first time and you made it through the 5 hours with me, yeah, next time, remember, you're going to get yourself a cup of coffee or a beer or whatever it is you take, get yourself a snack and be prepared. We're going to be on a trip. We're going to be talking and we're going to have a conversation because I respect you as an adult. I expect that we can have an in-depth conversation and it'll take more than 30 seconds. I expect you to be able to have the ability to follow what I'm saying more than just a headline. Sound bites do not help anyone. They just dumb down the argument and dumb down the discussion, and it avoids even considering whether things are effective, efficient, beneficial, or not. It's just not useful. Graham says, wait, coffee? So you approve of psychoactive... Coffee is not a psychoactive drug. Coffee is a stimulant. There's a big difference. Hey, I'm particular about my drugs. Yes, I have my cigarettes. Yes, I have my coffee. I never said I was a saint. I am nowhere near a saint. I am nowhere near a prude. I have my problems and my vices just like everybody else does. So anyone who goes, well, Mike, you sound like such a prude because you're not into marijuana. I didn't say I was perfect. I'm not. I love my coffee. I drink coffee. I used to drink soda, but I drink coffee all day long. Several pots of coffee every day. There is no perfection in the world. Hal is with us. Hello, Hal. And thank you, Hal. I did notice you made a donation on PayPal. Thank you very much for that, for my birthday. I appreciate it. I thank you. Hal says, sound bites can pay the bills. You need to have the sizzle as well as the steak. Well, considering some of the things I say, I imagine there's a lot of sizzle. Depending on your political persuasion, I may be incredibly... I'll light people up like the sun. From what I'm told and from my interaction with many politicians, elected officials across New York State and across the country, I light people up on fire on a regular basis, so I am told. And considering how most of the progressive organizations in New York State know my name and hate me, yeah, I get lots of sizzle. Just doesn't pay the bills because most of them won't donate even $1 to me in support of the First Amendment. Not even because they like me, but just because to protect my First Amendment rights, protects their First Amendment rights, and they wouldn't even donate $1 to that. That's kind of sad. Graham says, coffee is a psychoactive drug. It's not. It's a stimulant. It affects your thinking. No, it affects your circulation. I look forward to you proving me wrong on this. It is a known stimulant. Caffeine is a stimulant. It's not a psychoactive. But just to confirm, because I have been wrong before, and I have been rightly called out for being wrong before, so let me double check. And just so you can see what I'm looking at, just so everyone can see, because I'm not above being wrong. I've been wrong before. I've been called out on the channel. I appreciate when people call me out and say, Mike, you just got it wrong. That's fine. So according to Better Health Channel, caffeine is a drug that increases the activity of your brain and nervous system. Caffeine is found in many drinks such as coffee, tea, soft drinks, and energy drinks. Chocolate also contains caffeine. Okay, so that's one source. How about Wikipedia? Let's go to Wikipedia. That's pretty universal there. Caffeine is a central nervous system stimulant of the methylxanthine class. Yes, I used to take chemistry in college. That's called methylxanthine. Methylxanthine. I was not very good at organic chemistry, but I did take the class. It is mainly used as a eugerotic? Yeah, eugerotic. Okay, that's a tough word when you're tired. Eugerotic, otherwise known as wakefulness promoter, or as a mild cognitive enhancer to increase alertness and attention performance, which is what stimulants do. They enhance cognitive performance. Is there anything that says that caffeine, I'm just looking through quickly here, so I may miss it, but it is not a psychoactive drug. And that's kind of my personal line is I have a problem with psychoactive drugs. Beer is a depressant, but it's not psychoactive. Coffee is a stimulant, but it's not psychoactive. You could maybe say that tobacco is psychoactive because it does have some psychoactive aspects. So I could be wrong about tobacco. So, it's not perfect. Again, I'm not perfect. I'm not a saint. Never said that. If you are looking at anyone who deals with politics, whether it's an elected politician, a candidate, a political commentator, a journalist, and if you're looking at them to be saintly, to not have any flaws, you are looking at the wrong human being. They are all flawed. I know way too many politicians, way too many candidates, way too many people in politics. They're all flawed. We deal with a huge ego-driven industry. That is politics. It is massive. You have to have a massive ego to be involved in politics. That's a fact. Because you're constantly wrong. There are people constantly telling you how you screwed up. Even people who like you. So that is one thing, and that tends to lead people with very huge egos, very strong egos, tend to have other issues as well. I do not deny that. They tend to have things like coffee and cigarettes and other stimulants that they use, other drugs that they may be imbibing. And that when I say that, I mean alcohol, I mean cigarettes, I mean coffee, as well as other illicit drugs. So there is that. Let me see here. Let me catch up. Hal says, no problem when I ran for Congress, and Hal did run for Congress, and he did do an interview with me, which I really did appreciate, and he's been very straightforward. Mind you, we don't always agree, and that's perfectly fine. And Sal, I want you to know as well, it's perfectly fine to disagree, and you can see Graham doing that right now, and that's perfectly fine. That's how we have conversations. We talk about our passion. We passionately talk about the views we have, and we double check the facts to inform us and to draw our conclusions. Sometimes we're wrong, sometimes we're right. It's okay to have that conversation. And I know that Hal has disagreed with me in the past, as well as we have agreed in the past, so that's fine. And Hal says, when he ran for Congress, I sent out press release and got 0 responses. I sent out a second and included me, and I gave him the time of day, which I did. And that was the kickoff of his influencer career. And I am happy to have helped you to get that career started. And I want you to have as much success as you possibly can. I want you to have more success than I could possibly ever get. I want everyone to know the name of Hal Stewart because everyone deserves that opportunity. Whether or not I get there, I have to fight the system. But hey, I want everyone to be as successful as they possibly can be. And I'm happy if I can help anyone in their goals to make themselves better every time. Whether you agree with my political views or not, I will always strive to help people if I can and to be better at whatever they do. All the time. Graham says, to be clear, I'm talking about the coffee bean, not one of its components, caffeine. I don't know about coffee beans, so you may be very true about that. I've never eaten. Have I eaten coffee beans? I might have eaten coffee beans. I'm sure I've had so much coffee in my life. I probably had chocolate-covered coffee beans. So yeah, you're probably right there. Grace says, PubMed claims it is. Okay. So it is psychoactive. Okay, the coffee bean. I stand corrected. Okay. I only looked at Wikipedia. I didn't do a deep dive in that. Again, I'm willing to be proven wrong. Absolutely. Graham says he agrees that tobacco is psychoactive, and I'm pretty sure it is, yeah. Sal the hamster is back with us and says, Mike, Larry Sharp brought me to you. Well, Larry is a great guy. I've known Larry, a personal friend of mine, I think I've known Larry 9 or 10 years now, and something like that, 9 or 10 years. I know him personally as well as professionally. He's a great man. You should see our conversations. Sometimes me and Larry can agree absolutely 100%. And then there's those times when we disagree. And I know people love to watch us when we get on live. And me and Larry, we'll talk, for hours. When we do shows together, we can talk for hours and hours, and we have. We'll just keep going. And people have to cut me and Larry off because we're like, oh, okay, this is hour 4. We're still going. It's like we're just getting started. Sometimes when we disagree, people love it when it goes like, Larry says it to me, I say it to him, it's like, I love you like a brother, but you're wrong. And then it's about the head. So I love Larry. And I'm glad that you enjoyed Larry's content and you enjoy mine to some degree. I don't know how much you may or may not agree with me, but I'm glad that you gave me the opportunity. I am thankful for that. I truly am. Sal goes on to say, and I appreciate you don't do the talking point thing. That's why I'm here. Well, yeah, I can't stand talking points. It doesn't help anyone to do a talking point. It really doesn't. I mean, if we can't discuss it honestly and fully, then what's the point of talking about it at all, right? So I do, and I appreciate you, Sal. Again, I appreciate giving me the chance, and I hope I have earned you coming back to see the channel. And eventually, when you are satisfied, if you think I'm good enough or worthy enough or to support this First Amendment, that you'll give me a like, a share, and subscribe. That's all I truly ask for. And if people really want to, it's fantastic. $1.50. You can join my Patreon, which is there just to help me raise up money to keep doing this. Graham, we're winding up here because, oh my God, we're at like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I am a little tired. But let me finish this up, Graham, because I always like to let people finish their thoughts if I can. So Grace Grimm says, because there's a couple of Graces that type in. So Grace Grimm says, okay, as I look through the stuff from the research, from that search on coffee and coffee beans and caffeine, more sites are saying that it is a psychoactive drug. This is the first time that I've seen it considered anything but a stimulant. I hadn't, again, I only looked at 2 sources here. Normally, when I do a search, I spend several hours deep diving into like every aspect. Like I didn't even go through the wiki page, so there's probably more information there. I was just doing a cursory overview. This is also why I always recommend and why I provide people with all the different sources and all. I show you where I'm finding the information so that you can go back, and it'll be in after the show. You'll see the links to everything we were talking about so you can look into this more for yourself, because my research, even though I have 20, 30 sources that I will show you, I've probably looked at and read 2 to 3 times, maybe 4 times as much information from sources around the world than what I'm showing you. Sources from the left, the right, and the center. And I generally only use the left-leaning sources because if I don't, then I get called a Republican shill or a conservative shill from the left. So that's why I use left-leaning sources predominantly. Unless there is no other source or no credible source that I can use from the left, then I use something from the right. That's usually very rare. Just so people who've never seen the channel, you didn't know how I select, why do I pick the news sources that I pick? Why is there so much from overseas instead of U.S. sources? Why is it that I always have left-leaning sources? It's because I get called a shill if I don't. And very often, if you're reading information from overseas, it either doesn't exist in America, it is suppressed in America, or if you put them side by side, which I do every so often, I'll put news side by side from America and overseas, and you'll see the difference in the headline, the content, the quotes that they're using, the parts of speeches that they may or may not use, how they change the context and the editing to match their political agendas. And not to say that I don't have an agenda. Of course I have an agenda. I have a political point of view. I told you, I'm a Republican. I'm a conservative Republican. But I'm at least upfront and honest. I say it in your face immediately. I have no shred of denial about my political beliefs, which means you now know how to take, okay, there's a pound of salt, depending on your point of view, a pound of salt in everything I say. And you're going to look at my sources that much harder. Fantastic. Now I've achieved my ultimate goal. You know more, you're more informed because you're double checking me because that Republican can't be right. Okay, check me out. I'm perfectly happy with that. Just to give some people the insight of how do I do what I do and how I recommend. If you want to do a channel, I've helped people start their own channels before. Do your homework. Know what you're talking about. Absolutely. You know, it's hard to, you can easily say a soundbite in 30 seconds. It's hard to do a 5-hour, 12-hour show going into the details of something if you don't know what you're talking about. And that's why most politicians do sound bites and they don't actually explain themselves because they don't know. They don't read these bills. They really, really don't. You'd be amazed at how many politicians don't read or know anything about the issues that they're promoting. Graham says, traditional coffee is made by grinding roasted beans, true, into a coarse or fine powder. Fine powder is better. I like the chunks. I don't know why. Just the way I like to make my coffee. Then mixing it in with hot water. Absolutely. Most coffee drinks from the coffee bean is psychoactive. Okay, I stand corrected. I have no problem being corrected. And now people may know. I mean, I always knew it as a stimulant, which is why I took that position. And I double checked. But as I am hearing from Grace Grimm, that's not correct. Well, I stand corrected. Now, does that mean I have to reevaluate my position on psychoactive drugs? Probably. Yeah. I will probably have to reevaluate and say, well, you know, because I have a strong stance, and I've always said this very publicly, that I have a strong stance against psychoactive drugs. I don't think they're good for the public in general. But everything has its exception, and I have to now reevaluate my view on that. And I'm happy to do so. Maybe I've missed something in my analysis or the way I've been thinking about it because I didn't think about coffee in that same manner. So I will look into that. I'm willing to, hey, everyone can change their opinion based on information and come to a new conclusion as they get new information. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that most politicians don't do that. And that's the problem. Sal says, Mike, how do we explain to the rest of the country upstate New York is not Manhattan? Oh my God, Sal, I by the way, up until almost a year ago, I've been living 20 years in Broome County in upstate New York. So I do understand. When I first went to Broome County, which for people who don't know, that's central New York. It's like 15 minutes away from Pennsylvania. And it's 3 hours from Albany, about 2 hours from Rochester. So it's pretty central and upstate New York. 4 hours from New York City. And when I first went up there, I was like, oh my God, this place is like, it's an alien. None of my friends knew where Binghamton was. None of my friends knew anything about upstate New York. We just thought, New York City, and then there's that other place that no one goes to, no one knows about. And then I've been up there for 20 years, and yeah, it is remarkable that so many people associate New York as New York City, and people in upstate New York absolutely disagree with that. It's not true at all. What we need is prominent individuals who get national attention outside of New York City. And the problem is, everyone who does get attention tends to come to New York City or Albany or Rochester, but mostly New York City. And that's where their careers usually kick off in terms of politics, in terms of entertainment. New York City is the mecca. It's kind of like California. A lot of California is nothing like LA or San Francisco. I have lived in LA and I've lived in that surrounding area. And the further you get from LA, the more people are very, very different. In LA, San Diego, that region, you have a lot of very superficial people. Once you get away from that, when you get away from Laguna Beach and those population centers, you get more down-to-earth, real people who I think are actually very good people and badly represented in California. Mind you, there is a very left-leaning bent throughout the entire state, but the predominance of San Francisco and Oakland, well, no, Oakland's more about crime and drugs than progressive ideas. Again, I'm talking about perceptions here, but San Diego, LA, that kind of thing. It's very difficult. So there's a lot of places, and same thing for Illinois. Chicago dominates people's minds. Maryland would be Baltimore. A lot of cities throughout the country dictate the impression most people have of them. What we need are more attention, and as we see, it's somewhat of a tangent here, but follow me, folks. As we are seeing mainstream media, the mega giant news and such, lose their grip, their stranglehold on the news and conversation and communication, as we see people become accustomed to social media in terms of getting more information, not so much just cat videos or chicks bouncing their breasts around in tight-fitting clothes, which is a trend on TikTok and such. Once we get away from that kind of distraction, but we're seeing a growth of people who are going to non-traditional sources for political commentary. When they're going to these sources for local news, as our newspapers are consolidating and there's less and less local news. It's more and more produced by corporations meant to cover regions and states and ignoring individuals and local communities. And that's falling on people like me and others, Hal and others, John Cordisco and others are filling in that void of, okay, here's that local and also state and possibly federal and possibly international communication with that local or smaller community that the news media doesn't have time for, that they're ignoring completely. The more we see that, the more I think you will see people paying attention to areas that aren't the mega cities, the New Yorks, the LAs, the Salt Lake or Portland or Seattle or Austin. You'll see more people coming up and saying, oh, yeah. And we'll identify those areas by the personalities like a John Cordisco, like Hardlands Media, like Larry Sharp. You'll see more of that come about. I think that's where we're trending, and I think that's why mainstream media is so terrified and why Google and YouTube are so focused on trying to make people only see the approved message, why they're changing the algorithm. Google's already said they're doing it. I showed you earlier in the show that YouTube is doing it, saying, no, here's the approved message. You have to see the approved message. We're going to shove the approved message in every one of your search engines and everything that you search for, because you have to go by the approved establishment. You have to support the fortification that is being put before you. Don't have independent thought. Don't think for yourself. Only live off of the sound bites. And that's a miserable way to live, because that's slavery. That's mental slavery. And that's the worst kind of slavery you could possibly have, at least in my opinion. So I hope I answered that for you, Sal, a little bit. And I know it's a little gregarious. Grace says, okay, Grace is responding to Sal. Fantastic. Okay, folks. So we've been here 5.5 hours, and I love speaking to you. And any other Sunday, I'd keep talking. But this week, I'm tired. This week, I'm tired. So I'm going to go now. I think we've covered a lot, and even extra stuff about coffee and stimulants and psychoactives and some of my thinking behind the scenes on how I do this program. And perhaps someone will take that as an inspiration, and that will be, like for Hal, that will be your launching board for doing your own thing. Like Hal has done, like John Cordisco has done. There's been several people I've helped launch your own thing. Hopefully it gives you motivation and gives you inspiration. I truly hope that, and I hope you'll be successful. And never be shy to say, Mike, I'm not sure how to do this. How do you do it? I'll tell you exactly what I know. I will help you as much as I can. I want you to be successful. Everyone, whether you agree with me or not, has nothing to do with it. I want you to be a success. Okay, folks, that is my positive message to end the show. I hope you've enjoyed it. I look forward to seeing you every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time when we reach out across the world to hear your voices and to have a conversation. Throughout the week, don't forget that we often have the shorts that we do that are done by John Restucia, the J Rest Break. Keep an eye out for them. And also videos from me throughout the week about various issues. I thank you all. I want you to be well. Thank you for the birthday wishes and for checking out my birthday live stream marathon, my BLM. That is my truth. It is truth. And I want you to be well. Night, guys.